Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive, and good morning to those joining us both in the physical gallery and in the digital gallery this morning. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, 23rd of May 2023 open. And in a slight departure from normal process, it's my privilege, councillors, this morning to welcome Geraldine Page, better known to us and the community as Auntie Jerry, through her role as Chair of the Mulunjali Elders. As we approach National Reconciliation Week, which I'll have a little more to say on later, I'd like to invite Auntie Jerry to deliver a welcome to country, please. Please come forward. Okay. We just need to get you near a mic, so you might shift the chairs and she can stand up and just shift the chair out the way. I think that works.
Okay. Well, you know, I come from the shore people. I come from a long range of shore people. Well, behind the door when height was handed out. But Bugul Budgerah, Jingari, Wally, Mulunjali jargon. So what I've just said is hello, good morning. Jingari means hello, Wally, Mulunjali. Mulun is land and Jali is our people, and jargon is also land. My name is Auntie Jerry Page. I am a Mulunjali woman on my father's side, who's freshwater, and I'm New Knuckle on my mother's side, which is saltwater. So in our customs, freshwater, saltwater is our proper way of our people coming together. I am the chairperson of the Traditional Mulunjali Elders, and I would also like to acknowledge the elders that are past, present, and future, and emerging. And as it is a ritual part of our Mulunjali story and custodians, the custodians of this country, and our spiritual connection to this land and to this country. And that was left to us by our elders past for us to continue on the story. And today we are here. This week is reconciliation on Friday. Sorry business on Friday, and reconciliation. So for us, it is. I think it's time to come forward and speak and develop about coming together, connecting, and truth telling. And as I said before, this country has been left to us to continue those Dreamtime stories, as well as to honour our country, which is jargon, and where we are all standing here today. I'm honoured to be in this space today and represent all Mulunjali people that have come together, that have paved the way, and they have created a cultural support within our community and foundation, and it is for our kinship and songlines that still continue to grow and develop here on this beautiful country, our Mulunjali country. And it is our culture about coming together, talking about issues and sharing stories and supporting each other and encouraging each other to stay strong and courageous throughout our difficult times. We, the Mulunjali elders and community, would also like to thank you for reaching out to us and making connection, especially in our Mulunjali country. So today, on this note, it is a really strong and encouraging message for our Mulunjali people and community, as it gives me this opportunity as an elder of this community to welcome you all here today. So everybody in this room, we don't say goodbye, we say Naya Boo, see you later.
Indeed. Thank you, Auntie Jerry. Naya Boo indeed. And thank you for that generous welcome to country, and we join you in acknowledging particularly the elders past, present and developing under the tutelage that we witness in our community. but we also thank you for the generosity of working together to build that stronger future. Thank you. Councillors, we now continue. We have no apologies today, except to note that Councillor Chalk is joining us remotely today, just to ensure some prudent protocols due to some ill health in the household. He's making sure he doesn't share that gift with us. So thank you, Councillor Chalk, and we hope you're able to participate fully. We have full attendance of the executive team, and therefore there are no apologies. And I now would invite Pastor Josh Cox to come forward and to lead us in prayers for today's meeting. It's good to welcome you, Josh. Thank you. You're welcome to take a seat if you prefer.
No, I'm happy to stand. Thank you for the opportunity of being here to open in prayer, and it's nice to be back in person. It's been ringing in for so long, so it's lovely to be back here. As we know, it's getting a little bit cooler, and the other morning I was milking cows at 0.8, and I thought that was cool enough. It's pretty toasty in here. That's lovely. But it did remind me of a little verse in Psalm 118, verse 24. This is the day the Lord has made. We rejoice and be glad in it. I wasn't very glad at 0.8 to be out milking cows. I was quite happy to be in bed, nice and warm. But it did remind me of the fact that each day is a gift that we've been given, and to use that well and to rejoice in it. So let me pray and commit this meeting to God. Lord Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity we have of rejoicing in each day that you have given to us. Lord, we pray, Heavenly Father, you use that time that you have allowed us to do that well. We thank you, Heavenly Father, Lord, for the space that we have to do that in, to live in this scenic rim. And we pray to you, Lord, for this meeting in particular. We want to commit it to you, the councillors, the staff, executive who are here for this meeting, and for all that continues and goes on in and through the Scenic Rim Regional Council. So we pray for this meeting, we pray for today, we pray for wisdom and guidance and understanding of issues as discussions are made and decisions are taken, and we pray all this in your name as we seek to rejoice and be glad each day that you have given to us. And we ask it in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you indeed, Josh. Again, always a pleasure. You're welcome to stay with us. I would particularly encourage you to stay for a few more minutes. We have an announcement today that I know will be near and dear to your heart as much as it is to Auntie Jerry's. But just one more protocol before we do. We just have an item in declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. Councillors, I've been made aware of one such declaration, and we will deal with it when we get to that agenda item. But Councillor McConnell, you wish to just flag to the meeting that you intend that?
Yeah, I have an item, a conflict of interest in item 10.14.
Thank you. That was just the councillor clarifying he has conflict of interest in relation to item 10.14 that we will deal with when we get to that item. There are no other declarations, councillors? Thank you. Councillors, I do have an announcement to share, and you will have heard some of this reference already from Auntie Jerry. But councillors, commemorated from the 27th of May to the 3rd of June, National Reconciliation Week is bookended by two major milestones on Australia's road to reconciliation. These are the successful 1967 referendum to change the Constitution, enabling Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to be counted as part of the population and the Commonwealth to make laws for them, and the High Court's Mabo decision of 1992 acknowledging their unique connection with the land. National Reconciliation Week honours the work of those who, over many generations, have fought for a just society in Australia, one free of racism and discrimination. It celebrates the work towards building a more united Australia that respects and recognises some 65,000 years of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures, their stories and achievements, and a society that acknowledges the rights of our First Nations people. Under the banner of Be a Voice for Generations, National Reconciliation Week 2023 encourages all Australians to imagine a better country for future generations. National Reconciliation Week provides a timely opportunity for us all to learn about shared histories, cultures and achievements, and to consider how we can contribute to achieving reconciliation in Australia. As a mark of respect and to acknowledge Auntie Jerry's welcome to country, Council will fly the Indigenous flag at the front of the Council building today and also for the duration of National Reconciliation Week from 27th of May to 3rd of June 2023. Thank you again for joining us this morning, Auntie Jerry, and staying with us for this announcement. Thank you.
And thank you on behalf of the Mullumbimby people.
Thank you. And I understand that you are busy people and respect that you may now wish to go about those duties and find a
We are very busy. This year, NAIDOC is respect for our elders, so we're very, very busy.
excellent, and find somewhere warm for your toes. Councillors, we have no notified deputations or petitions for today's meeting, so we move to item 8, which is the confirmation of the minutes of the prior meeting. And there is a recommendation before us that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. I seek a mover. Councillor West. I seek a seconder. Councillor Hay. Any questions to discuss to those minutes, councillors? If not, you wish to speak, Councillor West?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? We put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Business arising. CEO, are there any matters that you wish to inform the meeting?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors? If not, we move to item 10, and before we proceed with item 10.1, CEO, you have a matter you wish to inform the meeting?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we need to withdraw item 10.10 and seek a leave of the meeting to do so.
Thank you, CEO. Councillors, I seek a procedural motion under 4.2 of the standing orders to alter the order of business by withdrawing item 10.10. Councillor McInnes, thank you. Seconder, Councillor McConnell. Any questions, councillors? Wish to speak, Councillor McInnes? No. Anyone wishing to speak against? Thank you. Then we'll put the motion. Those in favour of the council? Thank you, Councillor Chalk. That's carried unanimously, removing item 10.10. Just let me note that. Therefore, we turn to item 10.1, and that's on page 6 of our agendas, and I turn to the CEO to introduce this item.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is that Councillor Jeff McConnell seek a leave of absence from the ordinary meeting to be held on 20th of June 2023.
Thank you. Any clarifications needed, councillors? If not, I seek a mover. Councillor West. A seconder, Councillor McInnes. Any further discussion, councillors? Oh, sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just to let the public know and my constituents in Division 2 that I'm actually absent from the 11th of June. I'll be down, as per a previous item, down at the Australian Local Government Association Conference in Canberra from the 12th to the 16th of June. And from there, I'll then be heading to Tamworth for a horse event until the 25th of June, returning on the 26th.
Thank you, councillor. Wish to speak to your motion, councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
It's carried unanimously. We move to item 10.
As part of the agenda today, what we'll do is to actually give you...
Sorry, we just pause for a moment.
Sorry, to how you...
10.2, just a bit of crossed wires there in the background for a moment. Apologies. We move to item 10.2 again, CEO. This is on page 8, councillors.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the report is fairly self-explanatory. This is the annual appointment of council representation on committees and forums, which have been outlined in the document as per the different committees and forums where there is council representation required.
Thank you. Do you wish to, any clarifications, councillors, before I get the CEO to introduce? Yes, Councillor McConnell.
Just to clarify, on page 15 of the report under where are we? The St Bernard State School, Tamborine Mountain Chamber of Commerce, Tamborine Mountain College and Parents Citizens Association, and then down at Tamborine, it's got me down as Division 1 instead of Division 2 in those.
Yes.
Yep, so they'll just need to be changed.
Thank you, councillor. Yeah, that had already been advised to the CEO to correct before publishing of the final report from today. Councillor Hay.
I'd just like to point out an anomaly on page 17. The Tamborine Mountain Sports Association is mentioned on 2 previous pages as a limited organisation, yet that's missing off the description under the organisation on that final page. It just needs to be rectified for the sake of consistency.
So
CEO.
if I may, Councillor Stewart, phone. Can you just clarify that one for me? Which one is it, Councillor Hay?
It's on page 17.
Yep.
It's the very first. On page 17, it's the very first entry under organisation, Tamborine Mountain Sports Association, on the draft schedule.
We'll do the changes.
Sorry again, Mr Mayor, and through the Mayor to the CEO. In relation to that one, it's actually got myself as a nominated rep instead of Councillor Hay. Sorry, I didn't pick that up earlier. I did take over after former Councillor Swanborough couldn't do this, and now it should have gone back to Councillor Hay.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Dee's advised me that she has the attached amended ready for the minutes, so these will all be fixed up through the minutes process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Noting those minor corrections. Any other clarification? If not, I'll ask the CEO to introduce the recommendation. Sorry, Councillor West.
Clarification. Thank you, Mayor. I just want, on page 12, under Scenic Room Local Area Finance Committee, I just wanted to ask the General Manager for Council Sustainability, do we know, is this going to continue, this meeting? Because I know it was done differently this year with the Group Rural Fire Brigade, and happy to have Councillor Hay as the proxy, but I just believe that probably all of us were entitled to attend that meeting anyway.
Thank you for the question, Councillor West. On follow-up with the representative from QFS Rural Fire there, Corey Brock, he indicated that he would still like to have those meetings, if not actually 2 meetings, just to get the council representation and along with the brigades. So he's still keen to sort of get those meetings on board. So that's confirmed as of last week.
Great, thank you. So I guess we need to perhaps just adjust that to 2 meetings a year rather than 1, if than the CEO. Thank you very much.
And there is a proxy.
Yes, Councillor Hayes is keen to be the proxy, and that's fine. But I do understand that we are all allowed to attend that meeting anyway, aren't we, as councillors, if we're interested? So that works well.
Thank you. Councillor
Mayor, I was approached by the president of the Coralban Community Group just last night via email, asking if the Coralban Community Group Incorporated could be added to Table B, potentially on page 19. If that would be acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor. I would point out that as per the explanation above, Table B isn't a required appointment and it can be amended. It's done here for convenience as a check, so those don't require resolution of council. They're much more for awareness about the involvement of councillors within their divisions. Just so that people are understanding the conversation about tables A and B. Table A is appointed representative, the others are much more community engaged representatives. Thank you. Noting those...
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Sorry, are we adding that one or not adding that one?
Yeah.
If it is acceptable to add to Table B, page 19, that would be appreciated by the President.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, introduce the recommendation, please, CEO.
Through Mr Mayor, the recommendation is as follows: that council appoint councillors as councillor representatives on internal and external committees and forums from May 2023 until the conclusion of the 2024 local government election as shown on Table A. 2, council note the attendance of Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Divisional Councillors to various committees and forums from May 2023 until the conclusion of the 2024 local government election as shown on Table B. And 3, council advise the organisations of the representative appointed councillor representatives as appropriate.
Thank you. Seeker mover. Councillor Enright. Seconder. Councillor West. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, wish to speak, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's appropriate that those positions that are nominated by council onto the many organisations across the region, it's important to have these recognised. Also recognise those representations provided in Table B, which is just some of hundreds of groups that exist in our organisation, exist in our region, that support our community in many ways, and thank them for the contribution they make to our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. We move to item 10.3 and GM People and Strategy. Could you introduce, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's my pleasure today to introduce the Operational Plan 2022-2023 Quarter 3 Progress Report. I'd just like to take the liberty to note a number of significant achievements that are highlighted in the executive summary of the report, including Council's endorsement of the Brommelton Waste Facility Master Plan and also the revitalisation of Beaudesert Town Centre, both significant milestones for Council. I'd also draw your attention to a number of performance indicators and milestones throughout the report that are really worthy of noting also. First of those is that Council reached this quarter's target of new properties secured under the Habitat Protection Program, now exceeding the annual target, in fact, in the third quarter, which is a great achievement. Our online marketing success Of note, just under 55,000 leads to the Visit Scenic Rim website from campaign activity, something that certainly overflows into benefit for the entire community. Almost $1.8 million in value of economic impact generated by council support of events. Again, significant benefit to our broader communities. And finally, outreach library programs with an emphasis on providing activities in partnership with community groups. Our libraries have delivered 25 activities in the quarter and 63 activities in the year to date. So that's a lovely outcome for our communities. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, for clarification, I believe Councillor McConnell. Sorry, just.
Thank you. Through the chair to the GM, if I could please, on page 12, the summary status table, could you just explain which were the 9 cancelled or proposed activities and why were they cancelled or proposed?
Councillor McConnell, I'm certainly happy to run through some of those, and I do have a summary of those that either require attention or have been deferred to the next financial year. Within the Sustainable and Prosperous Economy community theme, quarterly meetings of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance, due to limited response to the call for expressions of interest, the establishment of that alliance has been slightly delayed. And this, from a timing perspective, that's likely to work. It'll possibly evolve into including the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic legacy mandate. So the activity has been moved to the next financial year. Review of environmental and amenity impacts from visitation of growth. That project, due to the loss of expert resources and to some competing priorities, the completion of that action has been delayed to the next financial year, and correspondingly projects to investigate options and funding streams to mitigate that environmental impact has also been deferred to 2023 and 2024. Within our open and responsive government community theme, with Council's information communication and technology strategy currently under development, a number of activities have been deferred to a future time, with that finalised strategy to set appropriate context to those activities. These include the implementation of a customer relationship management system, streamlining the way customers make and submit applications to Council, and implementation of the enterprise asset management system solution, with that project having been deferred to a future financial year. For vibrant towns and active villages, development of a public domain and open space infrastructure guidelines for use in key identified towns within the region has been delayed, but we do anticipate delivery by June 30 of this year. And the activity to develop the Scenic Rim Mural Implementation Plan 2022 has been amended with the intent to include information about murals and placemaking in Council's public art policy and guidelines. It's still anticipated that this will be delivered by the 30th of June. Just a few more. Accessible and Serviced Region, Council Sports Infrastructure Review and Community Facilities Review are 2 critical documents which are anticipated for completion this financial year by the 30th of June. A number of activities in the current operational plan have a dependency on these reviews and have therefore been pushed out slightly as a result. The first of these is development of standardised leasing documentation. That's been delayed to June 23 in the last quarterly report and further delayed to December of the current year in the current report. Development of a business model to ensure ongoing revenue is received to appropriately operate, maintain and enhance Council's camping facilities. That's been deferred to the next financial year. And development of the service level catalogue content for sporting and community facilities to align to those infrastructure strategies. Likely that this target will be pushed out to the next financial year also. That said, development of council's service catalogue has been delayed due to conflicting priorities within council teams. The project's now underway, and it's anticipated that the full service catalogue will be delivered by the end of this calendar year. 2 activities in the current operational plan relate to this service catalogue: progress documentation of the service catalogue, and also the activity to engage with the community and highlight the successes and challenges faced by the Scenic Rim Council in maintaining financial sustainability has also been deferred, with the intention that the service catalogue will assist with that project. Work's currently underway on the review of council land holdings, including recommendations for future use and potential land acquisition requirements. It's anticipated that this will now be complete by the end of June. And finally, for healthy, engaged and resourceful communities, development of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan has commenced, with the draft RAP working group terms of reference informing early discussions with possible external participants on that working group. It's anticipated that this project will now be completed in 2023-2024. Development of the Scenic Rim Community and Culture Strategy delivery date was extended last quarter to the end of September. This quarter, the milestone regarding community consultation on that strategy has been amended to reflect the new delivery timeline. And the develops Scenic Rim Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan delivery for that has pushed out to the end of September due to the delay in securing dedicated resources. Overall, while Council continues to deliver on the vast majority of the operational plan commitments, I think the delays on a number of activities are a reflection of challenges faced not only by Council but in the public and private sector businesses alike across South East Queensland in securing appropriate resources to meet all obligations.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, GM, for such a detailed answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillors, further questions? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions. First one on referring to page 28 under spectacular scenery and healthy environment, and I'm happy for the General Manager of the appropriate area to respond as necessary. My question is, Council ran several environmental workshops, events and programs during Q3. What level of community engagement and participation was received?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to take that question. Community participation in those workshops was excellent in this quarter, with a total of 250 attendees across the events. The Scenic Rim BioBlitz was the most successful, with more than 100 attendees across the 2-day event. And some of the activities included frog identification, wildlife spotlighting and installing nest boxes.
Thank you. Also in that same theme on page 28, what is the purpose and benefit of the Light Detection and Ranging, LiDAR, mapping project?
Thank you, Councillor. The LiDAR provides the ability to understand how our river systems change. LiDAR can directly measure the size and movement of a stream and its features. When compared across different timescales, we can understand where erosion is occurring, and this allows Council to target and prioritise works for remediation in reducing sediment and of our sedimentation of our waterways. The current LiDAR project in the Bremer and Worrell catchments directly supports project prioritisation and design work for the Resilient Rivers initiative. In addition, this work will assist with other prioritisation of projects by the third parties in reducing sediment control across the catchment.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Also on page 28, this time under Sustainable and Prosperous Economy, Council delivered 3 out of the 4 agricultural workshops in the quarter. What was the level of participation and outcomes from the workshops?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. This initiative aligns with the Scenic Rim Agribusiness and Agritourism 3-year Action Plan 22-20 to 25. Council engaged Future Ag Queensland to facilitate the delivery of a series of workshops, as you mentioned, and they've been held throughout the region. The three that have been held at the point of this report being prepared were designed to provide information and data to be considered in farm and enterprise planning, information around complex decision making, so financial planning, succession planning, and insurances. There was also ag tech to help improve the yield and to reduce footprint and enhance prospects of market, and to diversify and strengthen their enterprises, opportunities in emerging markets as well. The Scenic Rim Agricultural Workshops attracted a total of 64 registrations with approximately 20 attendees per workshop. And based on the feedback that we've received from participants and the landowner inquiries who were unable to attend the on-farm commitments, the Regional Prosperity Team are now investigating the potential to deliver 2 additional workshops in the near future because these have been so successful.
Thank you. Further questions?
Thank you, Mayor. This time on page 29, under Relaxed Living and Rural Lifestyle. How has the new e-plan platform been received by the community?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Early evidence is showing that the e-plan is assisting with self-servicing of town planning queries, and we're receiving feedback from customers that it's been a very user-friendly platform. Within the first few weeks of going live, the e-plan has been viewed almost 1,500 times. Council's planning officers will also continue to attend the Cuppa in the Community sessions until the end of June to provide people direct access and mini training on how to log on and to use e-plan.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you on page 29 also, under Vibrant and Active Towns and Villages. My question is, with the first 2 stages of the Bethesda Town Centre Revitalisation project having been completed, what outcomes have been evident so far?
Thank you for the question, and through the Mayor. What we've seen is improved traffic flows in the centre of town. Also, we've actually seen a slight reduction in the speed of vehicles as a result of the roundabout being installed on Selwyn Street. The interconnection is well used, as well as the parking along that street. We are actually seeing quite a number of vehicles starting to take up the opportunity of parking in that vicinity. Other aspects, we quite often see caravans and cars with trailers parked in the new parking facility, as well as buses, which has certainly aided the access of those people with those sort of vehicles being able to access the centre of town. Also, of note, we've had good success with the relatively reasonable weather conditions up until now, with most of the plantings growing or establishing quite well, which really is adding to one of the themes that were certainly put through by the community of looking for a greener centre of Bay Desert, which is certainly good to see. The other aspect I'd like to add is that the Selwyn Street connection will certainly aid with further works, which are the stages 3, 4 and 5, one of which being the installation of drainage along Short Street. So we'll certainly be seeing that interconnection of Selwyn Street being used even more when that work is underway, which that aspect of the project was likely to start in August.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Enright.
On page, thank you, GM, for that response. On page 30, under Accessible and Serviced Regions, what are the highlights of the updated Bromilton Waste Facility Master Plan?
Thank you again, and through the Mayor. The major highlights around understanding the future planning required to ensure there's appropriate footprints made available for increased resource recovery, and also understanding that whether there's opportunities for commercial ventures to actually be on the site to aid in the circular economy moving forward. It also identifies certain key environmental aspects of the site that needed to be taken into consideration when further developing the site, as well as looking at its improved efficiencies in way, always understanding or acknowledging that there will be a continuing need for some materials to go to landfill at this, even in the short and medium term. So it actually allows for better staging for the filling and excavation of those further stages of the landfill.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Also on page 30, under the healthy, engaged and resourceful communities, what level of interest and participation has been received from the Tourist Accommodation Safety Compliance Program?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the Chair, response from operators seeking to formalise existing operations has been limited thus far. As you know, we've only just recently released this program, but it is consistent with what we normally experience, so it's not unexpected that it's been a bit of a slow start in terms of queries. We are now though, moving into proactive enforcement phase, which seeks to identify high-risk operations, which hopefully will encourage operators to take the initiative and come forward to discuss their activities with Council. On a positive note though, Council has recently conducted information sessions for people considering tourism accommodation, and this has been conducted through the Planning and Development Team, Regulatory Services and Regional Prosperity Teams running these sessions jointly. The short-term accommodation sessions have been held in region in Beaudesert, Boonah and Tamborine Mountain, attracting a total of nearly 70 registrations. Sessions focused on providing business operators and landowners information to make informed decisions, how to go about growing their business or launching into a new venture. The information that was shared to accommodation providers, new and existing, regarding approvals and the various licence and permits which may apply if they were to establish or wishing to expand. Council officers from the Regional Prosperity Team worked, as I said, with Planning and Regulatory Services, and they attended and presented at each of them. General questions received regarded the planning and compliance requirements, potential impacts on rates, campground and camping site requirements, and how to best engage with Council to find relevant information. A number of the attendees also provided positive feedback regarding support from Council officers, also being pleased to be provided the opportunity to have these sessions and to speak to officers one-on-one. I guess this program is a timely reminder, as were the workshops, that Council officers offer free planning concept meetings for confidential discussions to help anyone interested in expanding or establishing a business to navigate the planning scheme and how it might affect their proposed development, and to receive the relevant information regarding local laws and licences up front before they embark on their journey. Anyone can make an appointment to see our officers by simply calling Council's 5540 5111 phone number and book a session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continue, just noting that at the moment we're just trying to do some reconnections for Councillor Chalk, but we will continue just with these updates for now.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on page, refers to page 41 under Sustainable and Prosperous Economy. The level of engagement with businesses remains consistently high and growing. What are the opportunities that come from this high level of engagement?
Thank you for your question, Councillor, through the Chair. Business engagement and visitation is a key action within the Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020 to 2025. Our council officers engage with the 4 chambers of commerce in the region and work closely with local tourism organisation Destination Scenic Rim. And of course they speak directly and visit with a range of businesses, and also field inquiry from people wishing to establish new businesses. Not only do they provide details and promote the council initiatives and a range of services, the officers share details on other Queensland and Australian government support that is available. And building these relationships with the business sector allows the team to further understand the needs and challenges, and also identify the wonderful successes of many of the businesses in our local economy. It is proactive engagement, and we welcome inquiry from businesses in the region seeking support from those officers. The intel gained from the office's engagement with local businesses also assists in shaping meaningful business development programs, such as part of the Queensland Small Business Week that was occurring in May, and providing details to assist council in its advocacy. You would know we're in May now. This report was written for the last quarter, but the business breakfast was held recently. It was a sellout event, and it celebrated Small Business Week and the theme of Love Your Local, and 23 events will be delivered across Small Business Month in May. We'll report more on that in the next quarter.
Thank you. Further questions, Councillor?
Thank you, GM. Thank you, Mayor. Final question, page 50. And this relates to the item of facilitates growth of quality regional events and experiences. The total value of economic impact generated by support of the events for the quarter is $1.79 million. What events contributed to this result, and how has this assisted our local economy?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the Chair, 2 events received Regional Events Program funding support from Council during this quarter and contributed to the result outlined in the report. Carralbin was held 24 to 26 February at Carralbin and projected an attendance of 3,000 people over that 3-day event. The Calbar Sunflower Festival was held 17 to 19 March in the township of Calbar and attracted 12,000 attendees. Independent research conducted reported that the event generated 1,645 visitor nights, overnight stays in the Scenic Rim region, and delivered a direct economic impact of $1,160,499. These events assisted the local economy through generating significant day trip and overnight visitation, resulting in higher accommodation occupancy rates and increased foot traffic through the local businesses in the region, particularly within the locations where the events were held. On the weekend of the Calbar Festival, the Calbar Main Street was observed to be extremely busy, and both events engaged the assistance of local volunteer organisations who received donations for their participation. So the Calbar Festival supported at least 5 local volunteer organisations who assist with the event delivery, including the Calbar Rural Fire Brigade, Fassifern Lions and the Calbar Progress Association. Local businesses were also invited to be storeholders at the event, and the Carralbin event supported the local Rural Fire Brigade.
Thank you very much. Further questions, councillors? Any other questions? Councillor Hay?
Thank you, Chair, to the relevant GM. It was alluded to earlier under spectacular scenery and healthy environment that new properties had been secured under the Habitat Protection Program. What does this mean, and how are these properties secured?
Thank you for the question. What it means is people join that program and they sign up and then work with our environmental officers on protecting the habitat within their own property. It doesn't mean we've bought the property, but we've secured them into the program to work with us on that habitat protection.
So it's a voluntary participation?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Question, in attachment 1, page 30, under the Tourist Accommodation Safety Compliance Program, it's mentioned that the aim is to proactively protect community safety and amenity and reputation. How are the program participants identified, and are Airbnb operators included in that?
It's a self-identification process, but any short-term accommodation provider is welcome to participate in that program. And as mentioned in the response I gave to Councillor Enright, we've been marketing that quite heavily so that we're encouraging people that identify as in the short-term market, accommodation market, or wishing to enter into that market, come forward and work with our officers either through the workshops that are being presented or to have one-on-one discussions. And the program that's being delivered has a number of phases, and at the moment we're in the education and awareness phase, and we will move into a regulatory phase after we go through this comprehensive opportunity for people to come and access information and make some self-assessments about whether they need to seek out planning approvals. or relevant permits.
Thank you.
Thank you. On page 52, the conduct of a review of the environmental and amenity impacts from visitation growth that's now been extended to end from the 31st of March to the 30th of June 2023. Is this linked in any way to the Tourist Accommodation Safety Compliance Program, which is also aimed at protecting amenity amongst other things?
Thank you for the question. Not at this stage. It's not linked with the two.
On page 33, what was the one biodiversity project which was identified as established in Q3?
I'll need to take that on notice, councillor, and come back to you. Just off the top of my head, I don't have that finer detail.
Thank you. And final question. Under vibrant and active towns and villages, how are local stakeholders identified and invited to participate?
Page, councillor, for those who are following along.
Page 71.
Just working out who to answer. Sorry, I just haven't got that. Sorry, can I just ask you, you're referring to the top action, the Storymaker project? Or the...
Just to help by the councillor's finding, I believe that the comment referenced is in the bottom part of that table. Community engagement is referencing local stakeholders.
So depending on the vibrant active towns and village that we're working on, so in this case it will be the Beaudesert Town Centre. So there's been a number of activities that have happened across the community engagement spectrum. This particularly relates to our cultural services team working with the asset environmental team that deliver the VATV project here as a part of the Beaudesert Town Centre, and community organisation, arts organisation, artists, businesses, anyone who's interested was able to come along and work through the process where they're developing some of the cultural elements and artistic elements that actually will be embedded into the finished town centre project. So we work in tandem on that project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No further clarifications, councillors? Introduce GM. Come back to you to introduce the recommendation for this matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Recommendation on this item is that Council adopt amendments to the deliverables contained within Operational Plan 2022-2023 as detailed within the Draft Operational Plan 2022-2023 Q3 Progress Report. 2, Council endorse the Operational Plan 2022-2023 Q3 Progress Report. And 3, Council endorse the Service Delivery Performance Report 2022-2023 Q3.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Seek a seconder. Councillor Hay. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, you'll understand that what the importance is of this Operational Plan Q3 Progress Report. It is about seeing the delivery of projects that we set down as a council, and it is a great reference document that really shows the great work that's been done by our council officers and staff to deliver these projects. I would like to recognise the efforts of all council officers and staff who continue to deliver such amazing services to our communities. And I would encourage residents to look through both the operational plan and the service delivery performance report, which shows how much it is that the community receives through the delivery of services of our council and its officers.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, councillors, I will just speak additionally. Endorse the comments of the councillor and wish to thank the executive team, but also, most importantly, the teams that work under them under difficult circumstances, given some of the challenges that we're all aware of with staff availability and continued efforts into some major reconstruction works from disaster activities. And I concur with Councillor Enright's observation. Whilst there will be some challenges in some of the extension programs, and the operational plan highlights those step-out projects that were targeted for this year, the ongoing operational service statistics really point to a very continued, solid, well-focused delivery of a lot of things that people take for granted until they're not there, and that's when you hear about them rather than being thankful that they are there and work smoothly. And I commend the operational teams of council for their ongoing diligence and attention to detail every day in an effort to support our vast communities, and thank them for it. No other speakers you wish to close, councillor? We put the motion then. Those in favour? Councillor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Councillors, thank you. We now move forward to item 10.4 on page 221 of today's agenda, councillors. And I turn to the GM Custom and Regional Prosperity to introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10.4 is RAL 22/035. It's a development application for reconfiguring a lot by subdivision at 2443 Beaudesert Nerang Road, Canungra. And I have two officers here with me this morning, Mark Lohman, and I believe Mark is going to do an introduction before we hand to Frank.
Thank you, Deborah, and good morning, Council. So the application here in 10.4 is a development that seeks to create 120 new residential lots. The property is dual zoned in the rural zone at the rear of the property, which goes back into the sort of like the mountain ranges, which is heavily treed. And the front of the property is in the low density residential zone, and that's the land closest to the road and the creek. The application triggers code assessment under Scenic Rim Planning Scheme 2020. The site is located in the South East Queensland Regional Plan's urban footprint, which identifies the land within the SEQ area, which is designated to meet the region's urban and development needs with priority on accommodation of urban growth. So what the application seeks to create the 120 lots. It also creates open space, which I'll talk about later, stormwater management areas, and there's infrastructure service lots as well for the sewer pump and the like. So the lot size on the property, the 120 allotments, their lot size range from 600 square metres up to 20,000 square metres, and they achieve an average lot size of 794 square metres. Lots generally are in that 600 to 800 square metre range, and that's about 68 of the 120. However, the remaining lots vary greatly in size. This is because it responds to the constraints of the land, particularly on the slopes where the lots range from anything up to 5,000 square metres. What this does is greatly reduce the density and earthworks on the higher elevations, which is a positive. The subdivision will be undertaken in 3 stages. The first stage will create 53 lots plus the balance rural lot. Stage 2, 50 lots, and the final stage will be 17 lots plus the open space lot. Stormwater matters have been addressed in the stormwater management plan prepared by Friends Engineering. Water for the development, there is an existing main located opposite on the opposite side of Canungra Creek, and urban utilities have advised that through various iterations of the infrastructure planning that the eastern development of the Canungra Rise has made significant progress on the extension of the water main, which will allow connection to this development. Similarly with the sewer, the reticulation will be a connection through into the Conungra Rise, and will be via a pump station as well. Open space, the proposed subdivision proposes 51,000 square metres of open space for the purpose of conservation and passive recreation. The open space area is situated along the northern portion of the site along Conungra Creek. This future park will offer some 440 metres of river frontage for the community, and the passive park embellishments and landscaping are proposed, and this will be sorted in detail once we get into the operational works space. The open space also encompasses key stormwater detention basins to the west and east of the open space area, totalling an area of 12,000 plus square metres. The proposed development provides connectivity for pedestrians through a layout which responds to the local landscape, site topography, particularly the slope, and other constraints. There is no dedicated pedestrian or cycling facilities on the Desert Nerang Road due to the development's location and the suitability or lack of suitability of this road for pedestrian pathways. The proposed development provides an opportunity for connections through the site to the open space area and a future connection to the neighbouring lot to the south. By way of explanation, there's essentially 3 parcels of land remaining in Conungra to be subdivided. This is the third one and is the furthest one out from Conungra. So as the other 2 get developed, there'll be an interconnection of pedestrian pathways which will allow pedestrians and cyclists to access to the town, but not on the main road. The application has been assessed against a range of codes, including the zoning codes, the reconfiguration of lot code, infrastructure, bushfire and landslide, and the master plan overlay codes. The Department of Transport and Main Roads is a referral agency for this application due to the fact that the Desert Nerang Road is a state-controlled road, and the department has responded and applied conditions to the development regarding the entrance to the site. The proposed development generally complies with the requirements of the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme and does not raise any significant issues that cannot be addressed by reasonable relevant conditions, and has recommended that Council approve the proposed development for reconfiguration of lot by subdivision, subject to the reasonable and relevant conditions attached to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Points for clarification, councillors? Councillor, sorry, Councillor West first. Councillor Chalk.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the officers. Most of my questions have actually been answered, but I did, because my map is not that clear, I just wondered if you can explain on the top there, it's the 2 pale blue areas, the 127 and 121, because my map is really very blurred. And I just wondered what they were designated as, please.
Okay, they are the stormwater retention basins.
Sorry, just for those who are following along in the digital gallery, that's page 239 of 410 in today's report, is the map that's in reference.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so this site has 2 stormwater retention basins, and that's designed to slow the water from the hard surfaces to bring it back to natural flows pre-development. So the one at the front there picks up the front gully, and then the one at the back will pick up the development towards the back of the property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask, the average of 794 metres squared, how's that calculated? Are there really large lots included in that calculation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we do the calculations of average lot size, once we go above 11 or 1200 square metres, we don't count that land above that. So those blocks that are larger than 1200 square metres are considered 1200. So the average then becomes a bit more realistic. Otherwise, the larger lots would blow out those averages to, and not make it logical. So as I say, the lot size don't go below 600 square metres, and on average just under the 800.
Thank you. Does that, you were able to hear all that, Councillor?
Yes, all good, thank you.
Councillor Hay.
Through the chair to the officers, What consideration was given to the fact that there's no public transport, or as far as I can tell, any plan for future public transport in that locality, coupled with the lack of a dedicated pedestrian or cycling facilities on Beaudesert Nerang Road? Are we not at risk of creating an isolated community of 120 residences?
So overall, the future plans are, as I mentioned before, for internal footpaths and cycleways to link with the future developments between this site and the future site, Canungra, which would provide a safer access than we would putting it on the highway. In relation to transport, there's very little of transport in Canungra anyway. The site is serviced by a school bus that goes past there for that could take children to school. So those considerations were made.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Hay?
Yes, one further question, if I may. On page 236, there's mention of a pre-lodgement meeting, and one of the key discussion points that was included was prevention of further subdivision. This doesn't appear to have been addressed anywhere in the report, as far as I can tell, or in the conditions. What is put in place to prevent further subdivision of the balance lot of 100.22 hectares in the future? So
in respect to this property, as I mentioned, it was dual zoned, but within the urban footprint under this SEQ plan, it's also split there. So the rear portion is 100 hectares, and that's in the rural area. It cannot be subdivided below 100 hectares. That's a state regulation. It's prohibited development otherwise. So that one's covered. There's some of the larger lots on the site. We would initially had some concerns about how we prevent future subdivision of those lots, the larger rural resi looking ones on the hill. What we found when doing the assessment, though, that it's unlikely that those lots would be able to be cut down any further due to the, they've got land, slope issues, bushfire issues and the like. So we felt reasonably comfortable that it is very unlikely that those larger lots will be future subdivided. And so we were comfortable that, it did not warrant conditions to prevent further subdivision.
Just to clarify, the original question was, I think, about the 100 hectare, but that is clearly in rural zone and protected by its zoning overlay. Is that state regulation of the zone?
It's protected by the state regulations, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Further questions, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the officers. If we could have that plan up on the screen again, Sharon. Was it page 239, was it? Yep. And just there would be fine. Just in relation to the roads, I note there's a couple of different dimensions depending on the location of the roads, but I'm particularly interested in the road that reduces from 14.3 metres down to 12.75. I note that road is adjacent to the parkland. Is that reduction in width of the road purely because the footpath aspect of the road is captured in the parkland area, or is there another reason?
Yeah, Council, I'd have to answer that fairly generally because I'd have to check with our technical people on that. The road widths were the subject of quite a bit of debate and discussion between ourselves and the applicant to ensure they met Council's requirements, and they fit with our plan scheme policy for infrastructure. The road widths generally are dictated by the number of residents or number of properties on the road, through traffic and the like. So the road widths will vary, and in that case, it takes into account the amount of traffic that would go through, and there's no houses on the one side. So beyond that, I would have to come back to you with some technical advice.
Thank you. Further questions? Further clarifications, councillors? not, I'll ask the GM to introduce the recommendation for this item.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation before you for your consideration, councillors, is that 1, Council receive and note the report titled RAL 22/035, Development Application for Reconfiguring a Lot by Subdivision at 2443 Beaudesert Nerang Road, Canungra. And 2, that Council approve development application RAL 22/035, subject to imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in Appendix A, Attachment 4, and 3, that Council note that any subsequent request for negotiated decision notice and or change applications to the approval RAL 22/035 will be processed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor West. Thank you. I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Councillor West, discussion?
Discussion? For the
Discussion?
motion?
I was just looking for discussion before you speak to your motion.
Right, okay, I'll just.
You pause for a moment. Councillor McConnell, you wish to?
It goes back to, I think it was the Boona subdivision where we seem to be having it always seems to be the last development that gets done first. So there's no active transport or footpaths back to town. It just seems to be a habit going on that it's going to take quite a few years for the other 2 subdivisions to be able to come in. And there's actually no way for any of these kids, if they want to ride to school, which is only a kilometre or so down the road, and which we'd hope they would do, to get down that way, or anyone to walk into town. We've got to find a way of not putting isolated communities a kilometre outside town with no active transport to get in. There's got to be some way of finding a way of a footpath or a path or some way so that they can get into town without kids having to ride on roads. I mean, we have the same problem at Tamborine Village where Rymore is sort of blocked off from the roundabout or where the shops are, and there's fortunately a local Moses strip down the edge of the main road for everyone to walk along, but when it's wet the kids ride on the road, and I can see that some of these kids are going to, if mum's not home, get on the push bike like they do at Tamborine Village sometimes and ride on a road that's 100 or 80 k's an hour. So I've got concerns that we just need to find some way of providing a safe egress and access into town for these subdivisions that seem to be popping up outside of town. So that's my discussion.
Other comments, Councillor McInnes?
I can see and appreciate Councillor McConnell's frustration there, but we can't make people subdivide between there and town. I think something like this could encourage other landowners between there and the town to actually do it, and let's hope, and I share your frustration, but let's hope it encourages people, further subdivision between there and town, and the problem is solved, but we can't make it happen though.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but there's got to be some way of finding an access to town, whether it's a negotiation with the other subdivision areas where a section, 2 metres of that front fence area on their side is used to access through there until the subdivision is started or completed for the other 2 stages. We've got to find some way of getting safe access for families into town rather than just go, well, we've got to wait 10 years for the rest of the developments to occur. Because I can appreciate, it's up to them to do that third one first. We can't force the first one and the second one and the third one out. We can't do that. But as a council, I think we need to find some way of providing safe access into town, especially when they're this close. I could understand if it was 5 kilometres outside town or further away, but it's just on the edge of town. And we've got to find some ways to but provide the children some way of getting into town without accessing the main road.
Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just on the conversation that we're on, I too obviously have huge concerns about this lack of connectivity to the town, and I'm wondering if, I know this is a bit tricky, but perhaps in time we can try and negotiate with the Department of Main Roads about getting a safe access into town, because I can see this as being a huge problem, and children riding on the road, people riding on the road, which is becoming increasingly dangerous. But I'll save my comment.
Thank you, councillors. Well, I think there's some dangerous comments in that conversation that I won't go back into, except to point out we need to be clear what we're looking at and we're responsible for today is in the context of a planning scheme and in a context of placing reasonable and relevant conditions on a developer. And whilst we all share frustrations because we know the challenges right across the region on provision of off-road footpath or cycleways, etc., and that we have a very long set of legacies that we can't afford to fix fast now. We all share a frustration, I think, on how to make that happen, but we need to be cautious about what we can impose as reasonable and relevant conditions when we're considering a matter, and what might then be facilitated as a conversation rather than taken on as an accountability of council, because when we start to use that language, we take on a significant financial burden, and we've learned in the past that there are certain constraints or requirements that we can't impose, and we don't want to go through the agony of having that confirmed once again by another party. So we all share the frustration about the lack of public transport in the region. We all share the frustration about the lack of footpaths in a number of corridors, and we hear about them regularly in a lot of our smaller communities as well, who as Councillor McConnell alludes to, we have communities that have developed and we do have a lot of pedestrian traffic adjacent to some of our medium and high speed corridors. It's not an easy one to solve, but our focus today is certainly where this sits in terms of reasonable and relevant conditions, which has to be, unfortunately, the constraint that we put in our thinking, in my view. Any further discussion? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, could you just clarify what my dangerous comments were, Mr Mayor, that you alluded to? What was dangerous about the comments that I made about expressing concerns for the safety of the residents?
Sorry, Councillor, it wasn't. I think it is very important for us to express concerns about the safety, but suggesting that council has the obligation to solve that is a little beyond the scope of what we're looking at today. And the language to me sounded like suggesting that council had to take on responsibility for creating that solution. And that would certainly be something that need to go through a proper process and be considered for its budgetary implications as well. Because that was the way the phraseology sounded to me, Councillor. That's why I considered them the comments that created that risk of implying an accountability for council.
I think you're a little bit misguided on the comments, Mr Mayor, because it wasn't about just council finding a way to get through this, but as I said, finding a way with the other developers that may have that area to find a solution. And that's all I was asking. I wasn't saying that council should spend millions of dollars to fix this problem. It was purely, we have to find a solution. well, we have to at least engage and try and find a solution to this problem. Now, if we can't find a solution, that's fine, but at no stage did I imply, or I don't think I implied, that council should take on the financial burden of connecting us into, or connecting this development into town. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification of your comment, councillor. I'll once again, in the spirit of discussion, point out all of that discussion's important, but we are focused on reasonable, relevant consideration of a development, and we should be focusing our discussion to relevant to the matter before us. And don't disagree, there may be other facilitated conversations to undertake. Councillor Hay.
Mr Mayor, we seem to pay a lot of lip service to safe and accessible communities, but this planned development doesn't seem to meet that by any stretch of the imagination, in my personal opinion. And as Councillor McConnell stated, we have legacy issues from past developments where this has just been glossed over. For example, Rymore, I believe we should be learning from the legacy issues that we're creating when we don't address these issues up front prior to approval of a subdivision.
Thank you for expressing that viewpoint. Councillor West.
Are you ready for me to speak to my motion at this stage?
No, are you further discussion at the moment?
Okay.
Any further discussion? Otherwise, speak to your motion now, councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I can support the motion, but given the fact that this application has been code accessible, it is in the urban footprint, predominantly it's in the urban footprint. I must admit, I know it has come as a huge surprise to the community that it happened so quickly, with a lot of concerns around water, which has been addressed by the officers, water and sewerage, roading issues, and perhaps the larger issues of schooling and things, a lot of those sorts of matters which are out of council's hands. As has been mentioned, there are the concerns obviously about transport into town, but I realise that it's not something that council can put on these developers at this particular stage. I do want to thank the officers who spoke to a number of people in the community, because this was a code accessible application and people did have some concerns, and I thank you for the communication that you had with residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will support this recommendation. It looks like a good layout. I think the green space on the northern end will be well appreciated. As I said, my main concern is the connectivity to town, but I think this will be well taken up by those wishing to move to the locality.
Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Hay.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to commend the officers for the content of conditions 30 and 31, which deal with the sequencing of the development and the plan ceiling and the lapsing of stages. If stage 1 doesn't go through, then they can't do stage 2 and so on. I think it's important that we get that right so that we aren't left with legacy issues as we have been in the past, when such wording has not been contained in the conditions. So this should hopefully alleviate that arising again.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, wish to close, Council?
No, thank you, Mayor.
We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Shaw. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are going to adjourn there briefly for morning tea. It's 10:39 by me, and we will therefore return at 11 o'clock to continue our deliberations. And we adjourn and ask the gallery to rejoin us at that time. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors, executive, and those joining us in the digital gallery. We now turn our attention to item 10.5 of today's agenda on page 271 and turn again to the GM Customer Regional Prosperity to introduce. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10.5 is RAL/038 development permit for reconfiguration of a lot. It's a subdivision 2 into 92 lots and new roads at Queen Street, Harrisville, Lot 1, RP 21541, Lot 1, RP 21452. I have with me the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity, and also the Team Leader of Planning and Assessment to speak to this report.
Thank you, and through the Chair. The application submitted here is for 2 lots of within Harrisville, totalling 37 plus hectares. The site is on Queen Street, Harrisville, and is zoned township under the planning scheme and is in the township residential precinct, which is looking at residential dwellings as the predominant land use. The application triggered code assessment under the planning scheme, and that application has now been assessed for council's consideration. This block of land represents probably the last large lots available in Harrisville for residential subdivision. The site under the regional plan, South East Queensland Regional Plan, is within the urban footprint and is able to be subdivided. So the proposed subdivision will primarily gain access via Queen Street, and lot sizes range from 3,000 square metres up to just over 5,000 square metres. For this subdivision, there will approximately be 570 metres of new road, with combined widths ranging from 16.8 to 20 metres, and the subdivision will occur over 4 stages. Each lot is above 3,000 square metres and will be accessed by the internal roads, except for those properties that are fronting Queen Street, where they'll actually have access off Queen Street, and what that will mean is the houses will actually front the main road, which will keep it consistent with the rest of Queen Street and maintain the look and feel of the main street of Harrisville. The lots within this township residential precinct, the minimum lot size is indicated at 4,000 square metres.
Still there. Yeah, he's on. I can see him.
He's on there, but he's dropped off the speaker. Continue.
Thank you. So the lot size for this township zone in the unsewered area is 4,000 square metres. Now, were this area to be sewered, it could be 1,000 square metres. So the lot size in the township zone is not necessarily about the amenity of being essentially a rural res or not. It's really around wastewater disposal area. So the applicant has demonstrated that the lots are sufficiently sized and the soil is of a sufficient nature that they can adequately dispose of wastewater on 3,000 square metres, and that leaves sufficient room for a house, a shed and a pool and the like. So from an amenity point of view, we're comfortable with that. So with the stormwater, the overland flow path is not being impacted except for a new drainage reserve that will convey all stormwater to a legal point of discharge. All existing flow paths will be retained, which is consistent with its natural landform and in accordance with the stormwater management plan provided by the engineers.
Manager, I'm just going to ask you to pause for a moment. It's just taking us a bit longer. Councillor Hawke has dropped out. We're just going to work on that reconnection.
No, it's still saying it's on hold.
Apologies, gallery. We're just working through a few technical difficulties.
Anybody there?
We can hear you. Now that's good. We got you back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Right,
Awesome.
thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Matt. So a drainage easement will run diagonally across the development site from the eastern boundary to the northwestern corner, terminating at the detention drainage basin. All the lots will be serviced by reticulated water and on-site wastewater treatment devices. Sufficient area has been provided for the house and associated buildings and the like in consideration of the wastewater treatment area. For landscaping, native tree street planting is proposed with grass verges to provide a relaxed street landscape character to the development. The site is bounded on the northern boundary in Queen Street, which is a koala habitat area. The koala habitat area has been considered by the referral agencies and the conditions have been provided accordingly. Trees will be retained in the future open space area and the retention basin where possible and across the entire site where possible. The koala habitat, just to explain more in regard to the conditions that were imposed by the state government for as part of this development. So the SARA conditions have been included and they're attached to the report. So they limit clearing on the site to 191 koala habitat trees identified in the impact plan. Entering into a covenant over the area identified as open space, that's the parkland on Queen Street, for the protection of the koala habitat. Undertaking specific koala management practices during the development and during construction. And they're also required to deliver an environmental offset to counterbalance the tree removal. As part of the operational works process, the maximum practical tree retention will be considered across this property. The application was referred to the external agencies, being SARA, the state agency, and they've provided conditions in regard to the main road access, Queen Street being a main road, and also in regard to the koalas as discussed. The assessment is also being considered internally with our development assessment teams and development engineering teams. So in conclusion, the proposed development generally complies with the requirements of the planning scheme, doesn't raise any significant issues that cannot be addressed by reasonable and relevant conditions, and is recommended for approval. One of the conditions I did mean to mention on the previous one that we've included here too is that we're asking for an environmental and construction management plan for these larger subdivisions. And those plans are designed to look at hours of operation when they're working, how they mitigate their sediment erosion, noise, any impacts or damage to roads leading into the site. So that'll be part of a management plan. So that's a new condition we've started to impose on the larger subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Points for clarification, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Just a minor one. I note in the report it outlines that the internal road exceeded planning scheme with a 20 metre width road. And I was just wondering what the downside is for a road with width that is 20 metres as opposed to smaller.
It really comes down to the future maintenance requirements of those roads. So it's all well and good to take on assets that are quite large or larger than required, but at the end of the day, council is then required to maintain them. So it's finding that balance between what will service the neighbourhood well and something that into the future our assets team can maintain. So in regard to that one, we will finalise those discussions on that road width and the road design at operational work stage.
Thank you. Further clarifications, Councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, it is noted that the koala habitat areas have been considered within the referral agency conditions, and I note that there's 191 non-juvenile koala habitat trees to be removed. There doesn't seem to be a condition that requires the plan of which trees are and aren't to be removed to be provided to the tree clearing person. We've just experienced one of these on Tamborine Mountain where the tree clearing person was not provided with a plan and just got his chainsaw out and off he went. Is there somewhere that identifies that the tree clearing person must be provided with the plan of what trees are to remain and what trees are to be removed?
The conditions provided by the state in relation to koalas, I would have to check in detail whether, but I'd be surprised if it goes into that detail. But at the end of the day, the applicant or the developer is required to comply with the overall requirements of the conditions, and that includes how they will manage the clearing on the site. So they have to put that plan together and ensure that the conditions as stated in the SARA referral are met.
Thank you. For clarification, Councillor Hay, I'll go to you once more and then I'll go to Councillor McGuinness, please.
Thank you. In condition 25, there's mention of planting along the drainage corridor for koala habitat trees. In inverted commas, I've got where possible. Who determines what is where possible? That seems to be a fairly nebulous condition that's open to a lot of interpretation and is therefore fairly meaningless.
So it was intended that this will be clarified during the operational work stage. In relation to council imposing conditions in regard to koalas, we have limited ability to do that. But in discussions with the applicant, they're willing to do that. So it is a matter that we will discuss at a later stage, but it's difficult for us to be very prescriptive in relation to that.
So, thank you for that clarification. Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Manager, through you, Mayor. Following on from the Councillor Hayes' question there, do we have more, if we actually were to retain ownership of that land up that hollow, would we have more say in what can happen to that rather than being in individual landowners? Yeah, they're part of, even though I'm understanding we have a lease on it, we have some there, but it will be fenced in to each of the 20 different blocks that adjoin that. Wouldn't it be better if we had complete control of that and we were able to do as we saw?
I suppose the question comes down to is what council is prepared to take on as an asset and to consider and to maintain. The drainage easement is primarily that, it is a drainage easement. We've sought to try and duplicate that and give it some koala passage usage as well. That's a consideration for council as to what liabilities you wish to take on.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes.
A comment to follow on from that. My preferred option would be to us to have that and not worry about the small the area down the bottom that the developer is having next to the detention basin. It would be of much more use to koalas and far better in environment layout and asset to us rather
Councillor,
than.
I may get you to hold this to discussion.
Right, yeah,
just let's not muddy the waters at the moment. We're just trying to get clarity right now.
Another one for clarity, well, Mayor. The walkway through the building, which is known as the old hospital, moving through to Hall Street, that doesn't show on the map there at all. It seems to, from what I can understand, it doesn't show it there. That was the plan, I thought, which was a good idea, I thought.
Just give us your page number, Councillor, so we can help those listening.
Well, any of the maps, page 275. There's 2 or 3 different. Well, a question, I suppose, for clarification is that the intention for it to still be going through with a narrow strip of land through to Hall Street, whether it shows on there or not, or
Thank you for the question, councillor. So on page 273 shows the subdivision layout. Some of the other ones were landscaping plans and the like. So in 273, if you look to the northwest corner, at the end of the cul-de-sac, you'll see a small pathway heading through to Hall Street.
no, that's not. Where we're looking at is through there, continuing that through to Hall Street.
I'm in the hands of the manager.
That is the intention, but it just doesn't show on their plans because that property is not part of this approval.
Just for clarity, that comment, whichever version, whether we're looking on 273 or 291, which is a slightly larger scale, because there was a bit of finger pointing at screens here. I'll try and describe what I think was just pointed out. There's a set of blocks indicated in the top left-hand corner of this screen facing onto Hall Street, and to the right of the, I can't quite read the full number, but it's got the number 76 on it, which is, I can't quite read the number below that. You'll see there's a pedestrian pathway shown to the right of it. I believe the manager's just indicated the intention is that that path would run across that adjacent block to Hall Street, but it's not included here because that block isn't part of the development.
Through you, mate. Yes, that's correct. Probably just by way of explanation of what that footpath is designed to do, is to provide a shortcut primarily through to the schools. When we look at the footpath down Queen Street, there's a culvert crossover near Hall Street that makes it very difficult or near impossible to put a footpath down that side. So people will need to cross the road to use the footpath on Queen Street. So what this is designed to do is provide an internal access for particularly children to access to the school.
Thank you. Further clarifications? Councillors? Councillor Hay?
Through the chair, the minimum lot size is stated to be 4,000 square metres in the planning scheme. If we reduce the lot sizes down on this one by way of approval with an average lot size of 3,368 square metres, is that consistent with the approvals that have already been issued in the vicinity and in the same zoning?
Thank you for the question, councillor. There's a very distinct difference between these lots and particularly rural residential blocks, which in the rural res, it is a minimum of 4,000 square metres, and we're fairly hard and fast on that, primarily because that's more about amenity and the like. We're trying to establish a rural residential feel and look to those sites. This site is in the township zone, and so if sewerage was available, we'd be talking 1,000 square metre lots as a minimum. So we're not talking about amenity in this particular circumstance. It's really about wastewater disposal. So the scheme is set up for these zones to say 4,000 as a minimum, but that's subject to a demonstration they can go onto a smaller lot, particularly where they can do their wastewater disposal. The applicant's gone to some considerable effort to demonstrate that the site is suitable for smaller lots and still be able to maintain their wastewater disposal on those sites. This would not set a precedent in the rural residential area particularly.
Thank you for that clarification. No further, yes, Councillor McGuinness?
Just following on from that question, is that subject to soil type, is it?
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, councillor. Yes, it is. So basically there were soil tests done broadly across the site to establish the soil types and the amount of wastewater disposal area required. It takes into account setbacks from side boundaries, rear boundaries and buildings, and also provides that they can fit a house, a shed and a pool or whatever on the site. So they've been able to demonstrate that they can comfortably do that.
Thank you for those clarifications. No further clarification. GM, I'll get you to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation for consideration today is that 1, Council receive and note report titled RAL 22/038, Development Permit for Reconfiguration of a Lot Subdivision 2 into 92 lots and new roads, Queen Street, Harrisville, Lot 1 RP21541, Lot 1 RP21452. 2, that Council approve development application RAL 22/038, subject to imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in attachment 1. And 3, Council note that any subsequent requests for a negotiated decision notice and or change applications to the approval RAL 22/038 will be processed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you. Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Now, further questions, firstly? Discussion? Councillor McGuinness, this is the, if you wish to continue your comments from before, this is the time. Just put your microphone on.
Mayor, I suppose my concern is with the trees up the middle of the block, or from the east to the northwest corner. I know it's an asset council would have to maintain, but we have to maintain the other block in the corner just above the detention basin. So while I support this resolution, it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to keep that in council hands, and then I think it would be far better from koalas and everything. The trees that are there in that northwest corner are mainly Moreton Bay ash trees that are probably close to the worst trees that you could ever find for any reason, but they're there and they won't be what you'd call a picturesque type trees at any rate. So, but there are a lot of ironbarks up through the waterway there, and I think it could be quite good. But this is it's up to the developer, I suppose. And I think this is the development is in the interests of Harrisville. So this is what they've put forward, and this is what we have to decide on.
Thank you. Any other discussion, councillors? Oh, Councillor Enright. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just along that item, over the term of the development and once finalised, the areas of open space and that detention basin will become council's property to maintain when it becomes off maintenance, if that's the correct term. What is the arrangements for the drainage corridor through the centre of the estate? Whose responsibility in the end will that lay with?
Manager?
Thank you. So the that drainage area will be covered by an easement, which will allow council access to ensure that the drainage can be maintained at any time. But in effect, the property owners will be responsible to maintain and look after that site. It becomes part of their property, and has a dual purpose, that it is drainage easement. The easement allows, as I said, if there's a blockage or anything that council needs to get in to do work, we can access it. But on a day-to-day basis, we would not maintain it.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes?
And just for clarification on that, through you, Mayor, it will be fenced into each of those 20 or thereabouts blocks of land, I assume.
Potentially, yes. Yes.
therein lies my worry that sort of if koalas are coming down there, they'll be going through backyards where dogs are there and whatever, rather than not being able to have a free access there. I'm sounding as though I've joined the Greens at this point of time, but don't worry about that yet.
So noting that discussion, councillor, I think perhaps a question that comes from that, is there any indication in terms of the state thinking in terms of koala habitat, etc., that this is a throughway for koalas, or is this it's seen much more as the designated area in that northwestern corner is emergent, if you like, an emergency refuge? Is that and rather than it being a throughway that goes on elsewhere, because conscious that once you move off of this screen of the plan, you're actually into the centre of the Harrisville community. Was that in the mind of whether or not this is a high traffic, koala traffic, inverted commas, corridor?
Thank you, Matt. The state's position was that that area of where Taking House Park is a refuge, and the idea is, philosophically, is that given that the area is urbanising, in some respects they're kind of probably want to discourage, koala movements in that area, because the idea is that obviously you have koalas that are moving into an area which at the moment is obviously rural and not a lot of, I guess, factors which would cause a lot of problems, in terms of conflict. Now you're going to have a large number of lots. You're going to have, areas of traffic, fences, dogs, things causing stress. So it's not an ideal area for koalas to be. So the idea is it's a refuge there. So because obviously koalas at certain times, young kits that get sort of kicked out by the mothers, young males sort of looking for mates, they do move. The idea is probably, some of them sometimes go into urban areas. So if they come into the urban area of Harrisville, there's a refuge for them. But the philosophy is ideally probably, while we give them the idea through the easement, give them a few trees, but the whole idea is it's probably, we don't want to encourage it as, or they didn't want to encourage it as a sort of a dedicated sort of koala corridor. So that's kind of the philosophy of their the vision for the site.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, sorry, Councillor.
Mayor, if I can comment on that, and I hear what they're saying, but that'd be all right if in that area that they've set aside, there's very little trees that koalas will be there. Mostly it's Moreton Bay ash trees. There's not too many gums or ironbark, of eucalyptus of any variety really. So it just doesn't add up to me. And if you look across the other side of Queen Street in the Catholic Church and other houses up through there, there's quite often koalas there in those home areas. But the way we're doing it up through this is not a good place for them to go. The option is going up the roads to get in and out of there, which they want to do, as you rightly point out from time to time. But it's unfortunate, and I suppose the option could be for us to move an amendment there, but given I've moved the motion, I won't be doing that.
Thank you, councillor. Any further discussion? If not, councillor, you wish to speak to your motion? Just use the microphone.
Yes, Mayor. In spite of this, I think it, as I said earlier, it's a good thing for Harrisville. It's 92 blocks. It will help the town, but I do have concerns at the same time about this habitat going up through there, and it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to come to an agreement with the developers there, but that's for others if they would rather have move an amendment to the motion. That's their call.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Hay.
I will speak against. I don't feel that I can support this development application. It's all very well to say that if the lots were sewered, then the minimum lot size would be 1,000 square metres. They're not sewered. There's no intention that they're likely to be sewered in the near future. So that's an irrelevant consideration in my opinion. The planning scheme is quite clear that the minimum lot size is 4,000 square metres, yet this development seems to be aimed at having the maximum yield, even though there's no highly expensive sewerage infrastructure planned, but given that they're all going to be independently operated systems. So I just don't think that I can support this, given that it really does not comply with the planning scheme minimum lot size.
Anyone else to speak for the motion? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak for the motion and appreciate Councillor McInnes's comments. I think it will be good for Harrisville. I think the inclusion of the 90-odd houses will improve and bring in some other business, both commercial and small business. I think it's a beautiful place to live, and I don't really have the same concerns about the koalas as it's internal to town, so I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? If not, I will speak in support of the motion before us. Note a number of the comments. Certainly, I draw confidence from the explanation concerning lot sizes and the adequacy of the footprints with the soil type surveys, etc., to properly manage wastewater within the sites. There is always a balance in, I think, in terms of the consideration of the drainage easement and the difference between koala habitat versus koala refuge is very clear in my mind, that refuge is just about somewhere that they can get up high and be safe. And I share the view that they'll be discouraged in this space for other reasons. And therefore, this does bring a balanced perspective to continue the maturing of Harrisville. It's seen a lot of energy and interest in recent years, and this continues that as a northern prospering community, and I support the motion before us. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McGuinness, you wish to close?
Yes, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Hayes' comments. I note, though, that in Lockyer they've actually gone from 3,000 back to 2,000 square metres, which, if they haven't, they're in the process of doing it. I just had one look there from the manager, but they're about to go if they haven't gone already. And I think which is over the top, but I think any less than 3,000 metres in this sort of environment certainly would cause problems. But I agree with the other comments. It is a good thing for Harrisville, and it'll with the proper detention basin, and no doubt it won't cause any more flooding issues down there. And going to the south as well as through the town, there will be more water created there, but with the proper detention basin, shouldn't impact on the town. So I recommend the resolution to council.
Thank you, Councillor. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you. Those against? Division requested by Division 1. Councillor, those in favour, Mayor. Divisions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against Division 1. We move to item 10.6, page 304 of today's reports. Councillors, and again, I'll thank you for your assistance with those matters, officers, and we now have a change of chairs. And back to you, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the manager still with me, but I also have the Principal Specialist of Regulatory Services that has joined the table. Item 10.6 is a review into the Darling Downs Moreton Bay Rabbit Board annual payment calculation methodology. And I'm going to hand over to Mark Lohman, manager, to kick us off.
Mayor, can I just be upfront on here, just for everyone's information? I am the council representative on the Moreton, on the Rabbit Board, Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board, and I don't believe there's any conflict at all. I'm there as a council representative on it, so my intention is to retain there, but just for openness, I mentioned that.
Thank you, councillor, and I can confirm from prior advice, for those wondering at home, as a council-appointed representative, you don't have exposure to a conflict of interest for this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2020, the Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference moved a motion that the funding of the Rabbit Board be reviewed with a view to more councils and the state contributing to the funding of that. So since then, the LGAQ has provided an options paper prepared by Synergy's Economic Consulting, which details 5 options modelled on differing methods of calculating contributions from the participating local government and potential impacts as if this Queensland Government partnered in the funding. That feedback is due mid-June. By way of background, the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board is made up of 8 local governments, and that covers an area of 28,000 kilometres. It maintains a rabbit fence which is 555 kilometres long, but also undertakes rabbit control within the areas as needed if there's rabbit populations pop up in the meantime. At the moment, it is funded through precept payments by the member councils to the value of about $2.1 million per annum. The current cost share is based on the agricultural production of the areas at risk of rabbit infestation, and this method was developed in 1989 and hasn't been reviewed since. The 5 funding methodologies provided include precepts based on the various combinations of the value of vegetable and hay production, the length of the fencing in the various councils, the area protected by the board, the rate base, and the gross agricultural production. All of the options presented actually benefit this council because we're one of the major contributors to the Rabbit Board, so any of the 5 options presented would benefit this council. The option paper also considers the Queensland Government's contribution, which would reduce all local government contributions. And just to be clear, the state government, Queensland Government, is yet to agree to any contributions towards the Rabbit Board. The member councils form the barrier which safeguards all production areas in Queensland, and as such, they alone should not carry the financial burden, which clearly the whole of Queensland benefits from. While rabbits are recognised as an agricultural pest, they also pose a significant threat to the environment, with impacts including increased erosion, competition with native animals, and reduced native vegetation regeneration. As such, advocating for proportionate contribution from the Queensland Government is fair and reasonable, and this way would help offset any increase to other member councils should the options be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Any points for clarification, councillors? If not, we'll move forward and introduce the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation is that 1, council support the revision of the precept methodology which reflects risk to member councils and their capacity to contribute. 2, that council acknowledge that the current member councils are presently carrying the financial burden for the rabbit barrier controls, which safeguards the wider Queensland agriculture and environment areas. As such, they alone should not carry the financial burden. And 3, that council support the Local Government Association of Queensland options paper proposal that the Queensland Government make a significant ongoing financial contribution to the Darling Downs Moreton Rabbit Board in recognition of the statewide benefit of the rabbit barrier controls.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Seek a seconder. Councillor West, thank you. Further questions, councillors? Discussion? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I think it's something that's been a long time coming for this, and the more we can push the more Darling Downs Morton is only one part of the rabbit-proof fence, or are there other boards across the? Yeah. Oh,
Yes, the rest of the state is the wild dog fence. So we're the only ones with the rabbit fence throughout, from Gold Coast.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McInnes?
For clarification, the other side of Chinchilla, actually, it goes to, sorry, Mark.
Yes, yes.
And for further clarification, the Queensland Government puts in 50% of the funding for the wild dog fence, which is right out west, but I think that's the, why they do that and not put money into here, I don't know. And the wild dog fence does a very good job too. I'm not knocking the job that it does, but it once again helps the whole of Queensland. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Enright, were you wishing to? Thank you. Yes, indeed. I think that last point from you, Councillor McGuinness, I think is very much at the heart of why we've been one of the councils who's pushed this, that we do play that defensive role for wide, just like the wild dog fence, but it seems that the structure of the funding has been left as a burden on a small number of councils for the benefit of others, and we don't necessarily have the capacity to continue that, so it is worthwhile having a proper conversation to get that equitable perspective potentially with the state contribution. Any further discussion, councillors? You wish to speak to your motion then, councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. I do support this motion because I agree that the burden of these costs shouldn't be borne only by the local government areas that adjoin the border. The benefits of the rabbit board fence are enjoyed by all consumers of agricultural products, which is all of us, and should contribute in a more equitable way.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention that this matter has been the subject of motions to the LGAQ conference for a number of years, and so it's very pleasing to see this at last on the agenda and being reviewed so that there is continuity between the payments and the member councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, you wish to close? We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor
In
Chalk.
favour.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Then we now move to item 309. Thank you for your support with those matters. We move to item 10.7, councillors, on page 309 of today's agenda, and we turn to the GMS and environmental sustainability to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two of my managers with me, Scott Osmond, Manager of Operations and Maintenance, and Vasu Padeshi, Manager of Capital Works and Asset Management, who will be able to answer any detailed questions you may have with regard to this report. Before I hand over to questions or even comments from those two managers, I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of items within the report. One is noting that the report is as at the 27th of April, which actually means that some of the information is potentially up to a month old. And as a result, some of the information contained in the attachment, it may be slightly out. One that I draw your attention to is around the reopening or the finalisation of the works on the Head Road. The contractors have actually come across a more unsuitable material than first anticipated from the geotechnical advice that we received, which has led to potential delay in reopening of that road. So that will certainly be provided as a further update in the near future. So at this point in time, it was to be September. It could be a little bit longer than that, or it more than likely will be. Couple other things there. The map that you see on page 314, that map is now available on Council's website. It actually also is interactive, so you can zoom in and click on each of the items there. The colour coding does mean something, and you'll be able to certainly have a look at any road and at that point in time. It's fairly high level. It's whether the work is complete, whether it's underway or it's programmed, or it's still under consideration by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority for its validity for the purposes of restoration. Probably with that, that's probably the main key items that I wanted to note. Only other item would be that the previous report actually mentioned we were working on 7 activated events. That's reduced back to 6 because we've successfully completed one of the events that was previously listed. Apart from that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, GM. We'll look for clarification to the report first, councillors. Councillor West, yes, you're on there. Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the officers. I just wondered about Aloha Road, which is the concrete floodway to the golf course in Canunga, which is of concern to a number of people in the wider area. Is the work about to start there? I see that you've got the contractors, or are we still waiting on the extra funding for that? Sorry, it is under the event of 20 till 31st of March 2021. Just the progress, please.
You'll have to turn your microphone off, councillor.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, as per my information, the QRA approval is there, and I will have to come back exactly when the work is going to start on that. Thanks.
Thank you. We just have the microphone. Now you're back on, councillor. Do you want to be on? No? Sorry. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you. Through the chair to the manager, just in regards to the mapping, can you just explain what a landslip is? There's as you can see on the the western side of the region, there's a massive amount of landslips, and I don't think it's what everyone thinks it is.
I'm happy to take that question. A landslip is basically a subsidence of the natural ground. Is probably the easiest way I can explain it. It can be as simple as a small section of material either being moved upside of the road or on the downstream side of the road. It could be quite a considerable area. We have got one landslip that's over 1 hectare in size, which is in sections up to 3 metres deep. When you work it back, that's nearly somewhere of the order of about 25,000 cubic metres of material is moving. So each site has its own trigger to why the land or the natural form of the land has moved. Generally speaking, the biggest cause is around the water travelling under the soil on an intermediate face, whether it be rock or a clay layer, that destabilises the material on top. Now, that's probably my broad, very beginner's way of suggesting what a landslip is. Generally speaking, we only get involved if it's impacting infrastructure that is actually under council's control. So the reality of it is that where there's a landslip that's occurred or occurring in private property and falling onto the road, we certainly look at ways in which to deal with it as it's entering the road reserve, which may not necessarily mean that we undertake any work outside of the road reserve. There's a fairly tight within the guidelines on what we can and can't do as far as protecting the infrastructure that's the community's infrastructure in the road.
Just to clarify that before Councillor McConnell asks another question, looking at the map on page 314, the majority, just to be clear of that interpretation, the majority of the indicated landslips are from the centre to the east, and the majority of the indicated floodways sit into that western corridor. That's just to make sure people are understanding how those. So the sections that are red, they're roadways, and where the status of approvals is just to help those who are trying to follow this from home.
Yeah, so the circles sort of took more dealing with spot issues, and the longer lines are actually associated with segments of the road.
That makes more sense now.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification. I'll go to Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I've got a question relating to page 311 under the South East Queensland rainfall and flooding, February to April 2022. The Shelf Road detailed design is underway with the on-site geotech investigations completed in November 22. The submission is stated to have been lodged and approved by QRA. Is there any indication of when that actually occurred, given that we're now 13 months on from that rainfall event?
When we actually received the approval, I'd actually have to go back to the officers. I will be quite upfront in the fact that it does take quite a considerable amount of time for our crews or teams to actually get the information in a format that is easily digested or reviewed by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. It then also takes a reasonable amount of time, given the volume of the workload with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority as well, to then review what is put before them. The aim is always to try and turn them around on our side as well as theirs as quickly as possible, but it's certainly it's basically within a sequence priority, as well as sometimes if you're on the tail end of 5 other submissions, you'll have to wait till those submissions are reviewed, unless there's a specific urgent need for them to be looked at in a different order. So I think we can certainly get back on the timeline for each of the submissions, but I preface that with regard to the volume of work, not only with our teams, but also with those others that are involved in the process.
Thank you. Could I ask a further clarification? There's a few occasions, and I note on page 311, there's a comment in the section under the 6 to 20 May event, Allendale Road being reassessed following further damage. Is it actually the case that there are locations that we are now still identifying damage related to those events because of just the subsequent way that environment has played out as the weather conditions have changed?
At this point in time, I'm not aware of any that we're actually just picking up. It's not unusual for a subsidence to occur on a minor pipe that you can then link back to a rain event. However, majority of the surface defects on our roads, other than subsidences, have been collected. To your point also, Mayor, with regard to the commentary in that particular item, it's if a road is damaged by, say, the May event, and then again in the February-April event, depending on the severity of the additional damage, more than likely the damage that was caused by the previous event is then transferred to the new event and managed under one submission. That makes it a lot easier to manage the process moving forward, so that you're not actually dealing with that 5 square metres was damaged in that event, so we have to put a claim in and separate the costing out for that. And this 10 square metres was damaged by this next event. It's certainly, and quite often, it's yes, you don't, just not from a data or even a practical point of view, appropriate to undertake that. We do keep a register of repeated damage, as does the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. We are in the process of collecting data on non-related events or non-activated events to actually build up a longer database of sites that do get repeated damage, so that we can actually target them for improved investment to try and restrict or limit the investment required to bring those elements back to all those pieces of infrastructure back to a serviceable requirement.
Thank you for those clarifications, most helpful. Any further clarifications, Councillor? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, through you to any of the managers or GM. I look in the western part there, and there's more red than any other colour. If you were doing this map today, and that's the red is awaiting approval for everyone's understanding, what would the picture look like now? Have we got approval in the last month? And if we haven't, how much longer before we do get it?
There's 3 questions there.
Yep. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Look, I am aware that there have been a couple of approvals come through. Exactly where they actually sit with regard to the voluminous amount of red in the western part of the region. I am going to say that this map is probably it is close to 4 weeks in age. I'm not sure that the map that we've currently got on our website has been updated recently. It generally will be updated once we get approvals, but not more regularly than a 2 week interval, because it feeds directly out of information that we update once those approvals come through. So as far as the timing, I'm not in a position to be able to answer that at this point in time without seeking further advice from others.
Thank you. Just a further clarification on that comment. When you're talking about the map that's up, you're talking about the interactive map. It will be typically now updated at earliest every 2 weeks as our reviews take place.
That's correct. It's been set up in a way that we've got a background working document that we actually keep as far as for our programming purposes, and the data's. Look, I'm not going to profess to know the technical aspects of it, but they've lined it up in a way that it's just a data dump that can be loaded into the map to allow this to be updated fairly easily without creating a huge amount of additional work for anyone.
Thank you. No further clarifications. Sorry, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to General Manager or managers. As the works proceed, is the intention to communicate to the respective communities what will be proceeding in a forthcoming period of weeks? I know we have made some great inroads in that in recent times. Just wondered if that is the intention to continue along that line.
Thank you, Councillor Enright, for the question. So in regards to that, we will on the extensive road projects like the one we're just commencing over on Tevieville Road at the moment, we will do detailed communications with the residents. For the minor road works, between Wasu's team and myself, we will be providing weekly updates through our comms team. So they will be putting out, not extensive comms, but an update on a weekly program of where our teams will be across the region and doing work on those roads.
Thank you. And just a question from that to the GM, Custom Regional Prosperity. With that communication, is there a visibility of how that's dealt with? Is it press releases? Is it links on our website? Is it social media? Can you just give us a general indication of what channels are used for that? Or to the manager?
Thank you for your question. I might just add some, and maybe Scott, the manager, could add some. It'll probably be all of the above. So depending on the scale of the project, the communications will go out in various mediums, and then generally are shared on our socials pages as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to confirm there with Deborah's comments there. So again, depending on the size of the project, to the level of comms that we will go out with, but the general weekly comms are generally fed through our social media platform and distributed out to the community as in that manner.
Thank you for that clarity. No further clarification. GM, you wish to introduce, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council note the disaster recovery funding arrangements infrastructure recovery update as at 27th April 2023.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Seconder, Councillor West. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
No, it's only for noting, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that this is a really useful report for a number of our residents to have a look at, because quite frequently we get asked what's happening about the damage on our road, because it seems a lot of time has elapsed. But this report certainly explains the reasons for that delay, and if council are wanting to seek funding for repairs rather than use ratepayers funding, this is the process that we have to go through, even though it is rather challenging.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of council officers, managers, officers and staff in delivering the program. It is a huge task, and if you look at each one of those lines and the work that goes into preparation, planning and implementation of the repairs, it is a huge task. I acknowledge the comments that Councillor West just gave, that it's not going to happen overnight, and we beg the patience of our residents as we get a better outcome once we're through this challenging project.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I would speak to it. It's well worth more than just noting this report, but certainly commending officers for managing this. The processes, I also commend the QRA, quite frankly. The events that led to this, to have 6 events still active, down from 7, I'm relieved a little bit, but dating all the way back into 2019 as a series of events is quite an extreme circumstance to be dealing with, from both bushfire recovery of assets as well as repeated flood events. And that against the backdrop where the partner agencies such as QRA have had a lot of stress on their workforce and loss of staff, the same as many of our providers, ourselves included. It's a really difficult time because very many places, even further south, have significant damage to deal with as well. It is a long-term map. When you look at that map on page 314, it really highlights the extent of what still has to be leaned into. and some of those areas are very complex solutions, and the Shelf Road is a great example of a very difficult solution to solve. And it's not for lack of effort or a lack of intent. It is just the enormity of the challenge, and I commend the officers and thank you for continuing to provide these updates to the community. Wish to close, Councillor? Put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor Chalk. That's carried unanimously. Move to item 10.8 on page 316 of today's agenda. Back to you, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.8 on today's agenda deals with an update of our 2022-2023 Infrastructure Capital Works Program delivery. The attachment shows the projects that we're working on, their current status. I will mention that the last 6 months we've had reasonably favourable weather for construction activities. At the same time, we're dealing still with the flow-on impacts of resourcing issues, of which we're certainly putting processes in place to order early and to understand delivery timeframes on particular elements as they are required for each of our projects. Apart from that, I'm happy to. I've still got the two managers here also. Not sure either want to make any comment at this point, or happy for to take any questions as they come up.
Thank you. Clarifications, councillors? Councillor Hay?
Yes, Chair, to the GM. On page 323, the very bottom item, which is 210, the refurbishment of the Tamborine Mountain Library, can you give an indication of why there's been an increase of approximately $79,000 from the original budgeted cost to where we're at present, please?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hay. Thank you for the question. Yes, just in regards to that question, yeah, we've had obviously the annual budget originally was the 2.2 million you've mentioned there. Just when we've called tenders for the works associated with the Tamborine Mountain Library, the internal fit out of those works, the tender costs have come in. And there's an estimated increase in cost there of $79,000 at present over the original budget. Bearing in mind, we do have also the budget available for the external works as well there, that's not included in this project at this stage.
Thank you. Further questions, Councillor Hay?
Just one further question. In the furthest right-hand column, it states that item is program investigation. Could you explain for those in the gallery what that means, please?
I can explain that. We flag that if there's a potential slippage in the program, so that when the report comes to goes up the various lines within the council, including yourselves, we actually, it shows that the team are concerned that that is the most highly identified risk for that project being, or that it may not be completed on the schedule that's currently sitting on. This project has certainly been running to a tight time frame, and thought it was appropriate that we actually nominate that is, amber is something that we need to keep a close eye on, and certainly any reporting that's required, it makes its way to me fairly quickly if there's a issue or a concern with regard to if something's not quite gelling to meet the program.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. Just to go back to Councillor Hayes' comment about page 323, line 210, the refurbishment of the Tamborine Mountain Library and the increase of 70,000. Was there a contingency put on the initial funding or the initial costs for that refurbishment? And is that 70,000 now above that contingency?
Yeah, there was actually a contingency built into the original estimate. There was also an additional allowance for additional electrical work that was identified as part of the ownership of the lot that wasn't associated with the actual development as well. That was covered off in an additional budget of the order of around $200,000. I'd have to double check whether that is part of the reasoning why we're not getting quite a match with regard to what was budgeted and what's currently sitting as an expense on that item as well. Because the library itself is one lot of 8 lots, and when we started working on connecting the library to the existing switchboard, it was noted that that was not compliant to be able to move forward. So that was an additional budget review, a number of I think might have been the first budget review for this financial year.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, Councillor Enright or Councillor West? Sorry, I'm trying to watch green lights, red lights, and I've got...
Through you, Mayor, just to the GM or to the officers, I just wondered, we mentioned the Beaudesert Enterprise Precinct, and I know it's a very topical situation in the community. I just wondered where we are right now, please, with that project.
I'm happy to take that question. Right now, it's sitting that it's within the current updated budget. It's not. There is some surplus within what was the budget, but not a great deal. There's not very much work needing to be done on site, if any. The majority of the work is complete. There's one or two, as a lot of projects, you might get one or two little items that need addressing, and they're currently being addressed. At this point in time, I'm not aware of any major costs that will bring it over what's currently sitting in the budget.
That sounds very positive.
Thank you. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the General Manager through you, and all things bridges, and I particularly like for an update on the Hinchcliffe Bridge at Coralban, and same applies for the Cancun Bridge at Kent's Lagoon, if we have received any update regarding that next funding support from the federal government.
Not at this point in time. They do review the submissions on generally a quarterly basis. We were made aware that the last quarter review did not occur, and there's one scheduled for coming months. So we'll wait and see the outcomes of that next review of submissions.
Thank you. No further clarifications, councillors. Introduce recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council note the overview of the delivery of the 2022-2023 Infrastructure Capital Works Program.
Seek mover. Councillor McGuinness, seconder. Councillor West. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak? Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Seeking leave to speak additionally? I put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the managers for your assistance. And we turn to item 10.9 of today's agenda on page 324. And we turn to the GM Council Sustainability, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.4 today is the annual review of the Deputy Mayor for 2023-2024 period. As outlined in the report, this is an annual process undertaken by Council at this particular time. can't speak more about it. I guess it's the process to field the nominations and go through with the process of identifying the appointment of a deputy mayor for the said period. Happy to take any questions or to highlight anything from the report if necessary, Mr. Mayor. I will add that there was a what dropped out of the attachment on there is part of the separate attachment around the responsibilities that was developed of the deputy mayor, and that will be attached as part of the minutes.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillors, are there any clarifications before we?
Yeah, we have to.
I'll just open by thanking Councillor McConnell for his efforts over the last year, and I believe that brings us to the opening for seeking nominations for consideration for this year.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just been
sorry, so just a moment, Councillor Chalk, we've just got a clarification.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I made reference to the that position responsibility sheet. There will need to be a resolution from council to receive that document and for it to be attached as part of the business papers and minutes.
Thank you. We don't need to deal with that in advance.
No.
No, thank you for that clarification. I have Councillor Chalk waiting. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd like to nominate Jeff McConnell, Councillor McConnell, again for the deputy mayor position. I believe he's done a fantastic job over the last 12 months, and I think he should continue.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, we're just getting some paperwork shuffled around. Councillor Chalk nominated Councillor McConnell. Sorry, Councillor Enright, yes?
Mayor, I'd like to be very happy to nominate our longest serving councillor in the history of Scenic Rim, who this year is serving 20 consecutive years as representative of her community, Councillor Virginia West. Councillor West was the Deputy Mayor from 2012 to 2016 and knows the responsibility of this role.
Thank you, Councillor. So firstly, turn to each of those councillors about their appetite for accepting the nomination. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will accept the nomination to again seek election as the Deputy Mayor. Over the last 12 months, I've worked hard to ensure that I've broadened my knowledge so I can meet the expectations that are put on the Deputy Mayor. And over the last 12 months, I've attended quite a number of courses, including the LGAQ protocols for council meetings, the LGAQ chairing council meetings, the de-escalating aggressive behaviour course, the Economic Development Australia Economic Development Essential for Elected Officials, the Queensland Treasury Corporation Financial Decision Making for the Public Sector, as well as the Queensland Treasury Corporation Service Planning for Councillors. And also have a couple more upcoming courses. So I've done my best to ensure that I've met the expectations to improve my knowledge that I apparently didn't have before this term. So I think I've been able to gain that knowledge to do another 12 months. Thank you.
Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, Councillor Enright, thank you for your nomination and for your confidence. But look, I'm not going to accept the nomination at this particular stage. Thank you very much, though. And the reason I'm not is because I just see that we have had a lot of change around the table, and given where we are in the election cycle, I'm very much of the view that consistency and continuity are probably the two words that spring to mind for me. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor. So it leaves us with one nomination to proceed to consider. I do have a couple of questions, councillor. I note your comments. I'm just observing the comments from last year, from I think particularly from Councillor McGuinness and maybe even from Councillor West about the importance of the rotation for others to learn. That doesn't seem to now have the same importance in the conversation. I'm just curious how that now fits. Is that a question? Sorry, Councillor West.
Oh, just to mention, I see this as a review. The report is entitled Annual Review of the Deputy Mayor, which is exactly what we are doing.
Sorry, Councillor, I was referring to specific comments that talked about specifics of rotation when the suggestion of a second year was made last year. That's all.
Are you referring the question to me, Mr. Mayor?
So
last year I never made a comment other than to accept the nomination. So, but obviously it's a review, and if the councillors think that the best option for this chamber is to reappoint a councillor, then I can't see a problem with that.
Thanks for your observations. I was simply reflecting that some of the comments that were made last year were very not supportive of extending for a second year for Councillor Enright. So I just note that. So I was contributing to the conversation. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I note your question, and I've been pondering on the thoughts from our independent advisor there a couple of months ago on just what is the correct number of years to have a deputy mayor, whether it should be done every year or every, I think from memory his suggestion was every second year, and some historically here in my first term of council, Councillor West was a deputy for 4 years and the whole term, and I think it is an opportunity to move around and get different people, and I've appreciated what Councillor McConnell's done in the last 12 months, and I think he would make a good role to move on with it, but stay in that position, but especially if no one else is nominated, he is the only choice.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion, councillors? We have a nomination. As a matter of process, I will, now that we've got a willingness to accept, should do seek a seconder, Councillor Hay. You wish to speak any further to your nomination, Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just it's all really been said. I think Councillor McConnell has proved over the last 12 months that he's very motivated for the position. He's undertaken a load of different courses to try and further his knowledge, and I think a bit of continuity in this time would go a long way. So I'm happy to put forward the nomination and support him in that role. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, as mentioned before, I believe it is about consistency and continuity around, not only around the table, but for our community at the specific time that we are at. So I'm happy to endorse Councillor McConnell's position as Deputy Mayor for the next few months.
Councillors, anyone else wishing to speak? Oh, Councillor Hay.
I'd just like to comment that the position that was in play last year is different to the position now, given that we're on the downhill slide to the next election, and I do agree that there should be continuity. And there's nothing to say that when the new council is elected next March, that they won't review how this process is handled in the future as well. So it's open to change next year. It's not set in concrete.
Thank you. No other comment? Wish to close it all, Councillor Chalk?
No, thank you, Mayor.
We'll put it to the vote then. Those in favour?
In favour.
Those against? Carried.
Division, please, Mr Mayor.
Division called. Divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 against Mayor. Thank you. We move to item.
Mr Mayor, could I ask a question, please? If there were no other nominations, what was the option?
Sorry, it's not appropriate.
Okay.
Conversation. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to close that matter out, there is a matter of
Yes,
formally tabling
now we need to come
the
back
document.
to deal with this document. So, councillors.
Sharon will be putting the wording up on the screen, but effectively, Mr. Mayor, it's that council received a document tabled, Deputy Mayor duties and responsibilities statement.
This, and to be clear, this isn't a policy document. It's not a procedure document. It's an information document only. Thank you. Yep. So I seek a mover according to that recommendation. The council received the document tabled, Deputy Mayor duties and responsibilities statement. Moved. Sorry, Councillor West. Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Enright. Thank you. Wish to speak to this at all, Councillor West?
No, thank you, Mayor.
No wishing to speak against? No wishing to speak additionally? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak for this motion. I think it's something that has been lacking in the past, not having the duties and responsibilities outlined for the Deputy Mayor. Importantly, it outlines the election process, most importantly the role of the Deputy Mayor, what it is and what it isn't, and when it comes into play. So I think this will add a lot more certainty to the role, and it's a good document to operate under the roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone? Councillor McConnell?
Can I just request we just skip back to discussion because we seem to have jumped over it?
Sorry. Yes, well, you want to discuss this further, Councillor?
Yeah, if I could. It just seems to be taken straight out of the Act, and the role and duties are only to act as the Mayor in your absence. Do you believe there are any other responsibilities or roles that the Deputy Mayor would play outside of taking over, acting in your absence?
I think this is an appropriate and accurate description, Councillor.
Yeah, but I just asked, do you believe there are any additional?
No.
Okay. So only to act when you're absent?
As I said, Councillor, it's aligned with the expectations and provisions of the Act for a very good reason. If the Act thought there were wider roles for a Deputy Mayor, the Act would consider those.
I didn't ask about roles, I asked about duties and responsibilities, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for the semantic clarification, Councillor. My answer remains the same.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Then continue on. We've had anyone else wishing to speak on this item? No one speaking against? Councillor McConnell?
I will thank, and as I've accepted the nomination, I will thank my councillors for putting something forward that solidifies outside of just the Act, duties and responsibilities of the Deputy Mayor, which are noted down on here. And I look forward to seeing if additional roles could be agreed to in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, you wish to close, Councillor West?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We will, in fact, yes, at 12:30 we will pause for lunch. Before we do, I congratulate Councillor McConnell for his appointment for the remainder of this term. And we now adjourn for lunch. Invite the gallery to return. We will return at 1:05. Councillors, gives you just a slightly longer break to deal with some things, and bid you good day to the gallery for now. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. Welcome back to the executive, and welcome back to those joining us in the digital gallery today. We turn to item 10.11 on page 331 of today's agenda, and again, GM Council Sustainability, ask you to introduce this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.11 today is consideration to adopt the 2023-2024 fees and charges. This has been presented today as part of the budget process for the 2023-2024 financial year. These fees and charges have been reviewed to ensure that we maintain our cost recovery requirements, and so I'm just seeing some technical issues with the screen, making sure that's all up. And they've been reviewed by various officers with the standard increases and indexation applied to those where there's changes to the recovery costs of providing these services. Mr. Mayor, if there's any ones in particular that council wants to highlight or any queries, but the report is fairly self-explanatory in the requirement of the schedule of fees and charges. The reason why we're bringing this early is that these fees, whilst council is considering to adopt them today, they're actually not in effect until 1 July. But adopting them early allows the necessary administrative work to input these into the system so that they do become ready and available for immediate engagement as of 1 July.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, clarifications to the report before us today? Councillor Enright, you're poised there.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a particular, I think, potential anomaly, if that's an appropriate phrase, for a change of, or a recent change of motor vehicle size, in particular to the ability for residents to dispose of rubbish without charge. However, the current fees and charges outlines that if your vehicle weighs more than 4.5 tonne GVM, then you have to pay irrespective of how much you're dumping. Now, I understand there is a reason for that in trying to determine what is true residential waste as opposed to disposal of waste through the normal commercial process. And I would just ask the General Manager, is there a way to enable a exception to this rule, given some of the perhaps preliminary conditions apply, be it that they are residents, that there might only be their only tow vehicle for towing a trailer, that the rubbish is appropriate for disposal of a residential type notice. But a question just to the General Manager, if there is a way that a potential concession could be applied for, and how do we deal with that in this process?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Enright. I guess first and foremost and I will rely on the General Manager, Asset and Environmental Sustainability to provide technical clarification around the particular wording that's required. But I'll probably answer that question in a couple of steps. The long-term approach would be to ensure that we have the necessary wording captured in the schedule of fees and charges to avoid any anomalies of these kinds, in which case at some point in time, once we can bring forward the schedule and make amendments at any time during the financial year to bring on new charges or amend charges accordingly by resolution of council. But in the instance when there is potentially an administrative anomaly or an error in the interpretation of the fee, it is an administrative that council could review that in the way the intent of the charge and the way it's actually been applied. In which case it gives a discretion operationally for officers to review that. and give a concession until such time it's rectified in the schedule to the customers impacted by that particular change. But notwithstanding, yeah, there is ability to amend the fees and charges, and it does allow you to now foregoing of legitimate fees. Certainly, officers don't have the delegation to do that, and to a certain amount that has to go back to council to waive those fees, similar to a not-for-profit. But where there's an administrative error or something of that extent, there is the opportunity for officers to rectify that accordingly without that having to go back to council to seek the necessary resolution. So hopefully that's answered in a long-about sort of way. But we will intend to remedy through the assistance of the AES portfolio the correct wording to avoid any potential anomalies in the interpretation of it.
Sorry, GM, you just turn your microphone off for a second so we can let the councillor speaking. There you go, councillor.
Yeah, thank you, GM. I appreciate that understanding. I'm just looking at page 368, where there are, under the Appendix 1, the fee concessions. Just quickly looking at that, it doesn't appear to be an ability to that would cover this scenario that I can see, unless you can help me with that. A lot of it refers to charities and non-for-profits, community organisations, and I'm wondering if would it be appropriate to add some wording to that appendix now for potential anomalies for application, or would you advise that that would be forthcoming? However, I'm conscious that this is coming out on the 1st of July and it's been an issue that's been raised with me by a constituent, so I would like to see something happen sooner rather than later.
Thank you for that. And I guess my additional commentary is that whilst I did review the concessions, and the concessions are really just applied for the waiving of those particular charges, and that's why I mentioned about the administrative error. Similar in the rating sense, where you do have there is an administrative error when the levying of rates and charges are on the rates notice. Officers are able to rectify those issues because it was administrative error, not an actual waiving or I may have inadvertently used the word concession, but rectifying what the ambiguity or the anomaly of the charge is, as opposed to what the intent of that charging mechanism is. Certainly between council considering the adoption today and prior to 1 July, I'm sure we can get in the second meeting in June a quick amendment to the wording, if that's in that satisfactory sense, so that will still allow the bulk of these items to go through, and with that minor word changing to come back to council for consideration, if that's...
Councillor, so do you wish to just clarify further? I just note I guess the observation of this discussion, this is more than a minor wording change, because it has to be able to be pragmatically able to be administered by officers. So there is a bit more than just us putting some words. And noting that window of time, Councillor, is there another issue elsewhere, or is this is there any other area that you wish to talk? Otherwise, we can discuss in a minute potential ways forward to deal with this.
No, this is the only matter I have.
Okay, can I just see then if there are any other concerns or clarifications in the fees and charges? Sounds like not. I'm going to, sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was going to turn to, in that technical sense, I don't think we're in a position at the moment to try and get the associated wording right now, and that's where I was trying to...
That's what I was trying to deal with. That's where I was at. So I was going to ask that we introduce the recommendation and then perhaps we're able to consider something by way of an amendment to add to the resolution today, which clarifies something to come back on those issues. But can we introduce the recommendation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation as it currently stands is that pursuant to sections 97(1) and 262(3)(c) of the Local Government Act 2009, Council adopt the 2023-2024 Register of Fees and Charges contained at Attachment 1.
Seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness, seconder, Councillor West. Thank you. Are there any further questions to that? Then, Councillor Enright, perhaps to address your concern, noting that you've had the explanation today, I would open the floor and give the guidance to suggest perhaps an amendment to add a part 2 that is open enough to identify that recognises part 1 but requires a review of waste management charges, particularly where there is inconsistency with the application of gross vehicle mass as it applies to some waste, self-haul waste disposal. Would that, I won't put it up, but I'm suggesting you might want to consider something like that as a way to ask for that to be reviewed and brought back at the earliest convenience, which allows other matters to proceed. But I'm happy if you wish to propose something like that and get some help from officers to get the wording right.
Okay. I'll hold for the moment.
Okay. Did you have more to add, GM?
Yes, the anomaly that is in discussion is vehicles over that 4.5 tonne actually in the fees and charges actually have a per tonne charge. So what I believe is being asked is that be looked at for some mechanism to actually identify people that are genuinely bringing material to our central Bromilton landfill site for disposal that is just domestic waste. I will add that it does only impact Bromilton or our central landfill site because vehicles over 4.5 tonne are unable to access our other sites because they need to be weighed on the way in and way out as part of the state legislation when the waste levy came in. So it is only applicable to that site.
Thank you for that clarification. So, Councillor, does that help? Yes, that might help you then, Wes.
I'll start with some words and happy for guidance.
Yep, now we can move amendments. So we're adding to the, so just for clarity, we have the recommendation, yes, we're adopting that and there'll be an addition to the motion.
As an amendment?
Well, it'll be it'll be an amendment to the motion, not the recommendation.
No, that's right.
Yeah. Yes.
So I would like to move an amendment that Council review the fee concessions to address a particular anomaly regarding waste disposal, residential waste disposal, with vehicles in excess of 4.5 tonne GVM, gross vehicle mass. GVM, gross vehicle mass. GVM in brackets, perhaps. Right, okay. And that this review be carried out and respond prior to the 1 July 2023 implementation. Carried out and bring back to council prior to the 1 July 2023 implementation.
Through you, Chair. Yep. Just in that particular one, I guess without tying ourselves into that single particular one, there may be others that would need to come, and I was just suggesting potentially a more general one where, for consistency purposes, that council delegates the chief executive officer the power to make the changes, both grammatical formatting and description to the 2023-2024 register of fees and charges, if required, after its adoption by council and prior to publishing the document for public access. Noting that the quantum of the fee is not changing; it's a description that's.
I hear what you're saying, GM. And you're recommending. I'm thinking council is working here. I think perhaps, councillor, your wording around time frame. I think calling out the specific issue makes sense for clarity, but I'm concerned that the indications behind you, this may be a little more complex than what it appears to be, and therefore it may be come back as a matter of urgency to rather than whatever a specific time. Would you be just
Further, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the other thing is that the notion around fee concession, it's not necessarily a concession, it's a description, is the other.
So
The reason I use that is that's the title of the appendix in the fees and charges. So, Sharon, I'm happy if you remove the put back to council as a matter of urgency in the bottom line, and take out the dates and as a matter of urgency, and I. General Manager, I'm happy for those additional words that you had, if you wanted that as a second part, to include that.
Sorry, which words? Which words, councillor? Sorry, I'm trying to help you step through this.
General Manager of Council Sustainability outlined a lovely paragraph of general adjustments. Yeah. So if that gives value to this amendment, then I'm happy for that to be included.
I'm not sure that's. I think the only piece I heard, I don't know that that's a necessary. That was an alternate to this. I think. I think the clarity is whether it's about fee concessions. It's about. To me, if you open that slightly, it's really dealing with the waste management charges to address an anomaly regarding residential waste disposal with vehicles in excess of. And that allows it to deal with whether it's in the definition there or in the concessions, whatever is the right solution. It just opens it. I would be recommending you consider that where you have fee concessions, just review the waste management charges, and that allows the scope.
Happy for that, Sharon, to change fee concessions to waste management charges.
That allows the scope for the right conversation then to solve the problem. Okay. I have an amendment proposed by Councillor Enright.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Is that an adding number 2?
That's a number 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. to number 2. A seconder?
Can't we just have the mover and the seconder agree to it and then it goes in? Is that one way?
Let's just go through this quickly. Just second, Councillor McConnell. Any more discussion needed? Those in favour?
In favour.
Carried. Now that adds to and becomes, unless the mover and seconder are now happy with that? Happy. Yep. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor McGuinness, others? Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak?
No, I'm right, thanks. Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak
roll
against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
Thank you, that's carried. Move to item 10.12, page 369.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.12 is the Council Monthly Financial Report for April 2023. The progress report, as attached with the agenda item, is detailed in nature and does provide a good summary and indication of the financial position of councils as at the end of April 2023. I'll just highlight some of the key aspects which will probably be revisited in the next item, but I'll just raise them here. Essentially, as part of the highlights out of the April 2023 report, council finished the month with an operating a net operating surplus of 4.021 million above the budgeted expectations. In part, this was made of an additional $2.734 million in revenue. That's basically some additional fees and charges that we've seen above budgeted expectations, namely through development assessments, other building and property-related revenue, plumbing certification, and the refuse tipping fees. We've also had a higher than anticipated interest rate, and having higher than anticipated amount of cash at bank has resulted in some additional revenue being attributed as part of our investments. From an operating expenditure side of things, coupled with that, the revenue, it's also seen a $1.287 million lower than budget expectation expenditure. So together, those two culminate in the operating surplus of being 4.021 million above the budget expectations. The operating expenditure is, as detailed in the report, a culmination of continued vacancies in some positions, some employee expenses being materials and services are less than budgeted, namely to some of the lower than expected expenditure as associated with the grant funded projects and other sort of service programs that's detailed in reference note 4. We've had a presentation around the capital works delivery. I wasn't going into that in great detail, but I'll certainly open for any further queries, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Clarifications, councillors? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question through you to Oliver. The recoverable works, there's a $908,000 increase in revenue. Where is the increased expense picked up? And is this actual surplus, if we call it that, an actual surplus or a timing of payments?
A bit of both with that query. I guess there's a budgeted amount. It doesn't hit the so it'll be on the balance sheet as a potential receivables, and then it'll be part of the materials and services as expenditure. But it, in terms of recognising it as comprehensive income, until such time we do the works and it's costed on the expenditure side, and we raise it as invoice, then it doesn't necessarily show up as actual at that particular point in time until it's all done. What this just means is that there's there's either potential works and or additional contracts that were approved by Transport Main Roads for council to undertake further works.
Thank you, Councillor. We too many buttons on. Further clarifications? If not, we introduce the recommendation, please, Gia.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.12 today is that Council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 30 April 2023 for the financial year 2022-2023.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright, seconder, Councillor West, thank you. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Councillor McInnes.
Just a comment, Mayor, through you to Oliver. These figures actually does add strength to the figure, to the feeling that that we are, and certainly confirms that we're well ahead of budget. As this is showing $4 million above budget expectation. Yeah, we're only budgeting less than is it $500,000 or something? And initially it's really we're well ahead, and we all know there's varying reasons for that too. But it does show us just how far ahead we are. As I say, for a number of reasons. I'm not suggesting it's only one reason, but it does give us a much stronger position than what we started the year off at.
Okay, any other commentary? Councillor Enright, is it comment or you wish to speak?
Comment.
Comment, righto.
Thank you.
Okay.
A comment is that it's very pleasing to see the increase in operational revenue still strong, with development applications, plumbing and building, landfill fees, more of a user pay contribution, so up 275,000. Also very pleasing to see the capital revenue, very positive sign at $1.1 million increase in developer contributions through infrastructure charges. So that's two very strong indicators of the strength and the growth in the region. So well done to all of those who made that happen.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, Councillor, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recognise the General Manager and his team for providing this March budget review. Sorry. Yes.
This is the month.
Sorry. Yep, April. And thank them for the details of what is provided. And it's pleasing, as I mentioned earlier, it's pleasing to see that there is still very strong activities in the area of user pay, but also particularly when we see the growth of our region through developer contributions and the likes. So well done to the team.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? If not, we will put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
Carried. Thank you. We move to item 10.13 on page 383.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.13 today is the March budget review, and I think it's timely with some of the comments that have already been provided as part of the April budget review, but also timely that Council had an opportunity to see the March operational plan update and the continued work that's been delivered, despite some of the challenges as pointed by Councillor McGuinness in some of the deliveries or constraints that's been faced by Council in delivering some of the programs and services that due to a number of reasons, supply chain logistics, labour shortages and whatnot. So it is pleasing to note that. But that segues nicely into the purpose of the March budget review, but it's certainly to review the budget at the current position and try and forecast Office as best they can to set out what the balance of the financial year is between 1 April through until 30th of June. Officers have certainly taken the time to review the budgets, to provide a detailed analysis of the trends, and certainly to provide an opportunity to then establish a starting point for the 23-24 draft budget position. As always, the report is quite detailed, and I'll turn to page 2 of 22 of the attachment, or page 389 of the agenda, which just sort of captures in 3 dot points the main emphasis around the budget review. So we've seen an increase in cash on the balance sheet of around 1.19 million, an increase in capital expenditure that was pointed out before of 1.433 million, increase in capital grant revenue of 1.433 million, and an increase in capital expenditure of 676,000. Also there, just underneath that, is that as part of this March budget review, all financial sustainability indicators are in the satisfactory, if not exceeding what the necessary requirements are for meeting financial sustainability requirements. As I pointed out before, some of the additional revenue as part of the fees and charges through the building and planning and development, building property related activities, that revenue has now been recognised as part of the March budget review, so it shouldn't show as an anomaly in the future months. And also the underspend when it comes to those vacancies. Officers have reviewed the current vacancies and the likelihood that those positions will be filled or recruited and filled between now and sort of the 30th of June, to give some a better indication of the budget, rather than always reporting the underspend associated with it. Mr. Mayor, unless there's any other particular queries, happy to go through the report in detail, or otherwise happy to also field any other queries for further clarification.
Thank you. We might go to clarifications. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the GM, asset and environmental sustainability, page 389 of the report. Of the 131 million capital expenditure program, of which 38 million was completed to the end of March, 58.784 million is forecast to be completed beyond 30 June 2023. Does that leave the balance up to 131 being completed by 30 June?
That is the goal at this point in time.
Thank you. How many of those, how much of that 58 million is multi-staged or multi-year projects?
A fair portion of it, probably majority of it, would be made up of the flood program. There is certainly ongoing works with the Beaudesert Town Centre revitalisation is another fairly large item in there. Also, as mentioned earlier, I'm waiting some outcomes with regard to funding of Kangoon and Hinchcliffe Bridge. There are a number of the projects or groups of projects that would be sitting within that $58 million plus.
Thank you.
Through which I will add that the purpose of that report is to further highlight and indicate those projects where they are adopted a particular year, but there's really no expectation, given some of the constraints, that they're to be delivered in that same year. But it's just to highlight that they're adopted this in that financial year, but the expectation for delivery is beyond the current financial year.
Could I just, to clarify that, the reason that occurs, some of this is because of the necessary accounting process around the application for grants and for REPA or QRA or DRFA type funding, DFA, whatever it is, changes every 2 years. The funding arrangements, once they've been applied for, approved and flow our way, we then have to show them as accounting in this year, even though we know there's no intent to be able to start delivery because of the programming of works.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other clarifications? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question two, but potentially the General Manager of Asset and Environmental Sustainability. In the capital expenditure program that are likely to be completed beyond 30 June, under Vibrant Active Towns and Villages, the second last item in that subcategory with the number of 1561, but as a community hub and library, is that part of the program, or is that the CWA Hall move, or do you know that particular project?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, that is part of the movement of the CWA Hall.
Thank you.
Okay. No more clarification. You want to introduce the recommendation, please?
I will, Mr. Mayor. I'll also add, page 396 of the report for those interested. It provides a good analysis and introductory of understanding the council budget on the page, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side. So those are listening in and getting a good understanding of all things council budgets, it's a really good starting point to understand that. But
thank you. Now the recommendation, please, Chair.
Yep, just scrolling up, my mouse is stuck. Okay, so the recommendation for item 10.13 today is that in accordance with sections 169 and 170 in brackets 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, Council will adopt the 2022-2023 March Budget Review as outlined in the 1. Revised Statement of Comprehensive Income for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 2. Revised Statement of Financial Position for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 3. Revised Statement of Cash Flows for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. 4. Revised Statement of Changes in Equity for 2022-2023 through 2024-2025 inclusive. And 5. Revised Relevant Measures of Financial Sustainability.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Seeker seconder, Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Wish to speak to your motion, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate the GM, Council Sustainability, on the report, and the council as a whole for the position we're in at the budget, and particularly like to thank the GM for his summary on page 396. It's very easy to read.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Chalk?
In favour.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have one more item to deal with today, which is item 10.14, which is the late item. And as indicated earlier this morning, Councillor McConnell, you have a declaration regarding this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Jeff McConnell, inform the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 10.14, request for legal assistance, as I am the councillor requesting the assistance, and as a result, I will be leaving the chambers for this item.
Thank you, councillor. GM, we turn to you to introduce, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.14 is as indicated, is a request for legal assistance. The legal assistance, as per council's legal assistance policy, was submitted by Councillor McConnell seeking consideration around subject to eligibility towards the policy. I do have the Principal Specialist Governance and Assurance. We're mindful, Mr. Mayor, that this is the first that we've sort of dealt with this in council, and we're just mindful of the delicate nature of the subject that's being sought for consideration, and mindful not to disclose any particular information that may offend the normal process associated with that. But certainly, through the assistance of the Principal Special Governance Insurance, we'll try and field where we can the necessary questions.
Thank you for that clarification, and I would indeed reiterate, be very mindful of what can be talked about, which is in the commentary that's in the late agenda item, and not in any of the other confidential reference materials that's available for council or understanding. That's to ensure proper, reasonable process to date. So, any points for clarification, councillors? Councillor Hay?
Chair, could I ask, is it possible that this application could have been dealt with under delegated authority?
No, and not as per what's outlined in the policy. It has to come back to council.
Thank you. Further clarification?
Mayor, if I can not talk about the who, but more about the what, in reference to the legal assistance policy, can I ask about what the objectives are in regarding this policy?
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. So
I'll try and expand carefully.
So if we go to the policy document, which is attached.
Yep. So this refers. There are two objectives outlined. Can I ask for the officers to expand on those two objectives of the framework that we're operating under as far as the legal assistance policy?
Are you able to? Cautiously, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. It's a two-part approach that the policy position has landed on, and one is in relation to defamation type proceedings. The other one's in relation to when a councillor or employee of council faces some type of legal proceeding, and the legal proceeding is defined in the policy in relation to criminal, civil and investigative proceedings. So it's open to interpretation of this council as to whether matters of inappropriate conduct that are governed by the legislation and require investigation fit into that category of proceedings. My view is it's within the scope, potentially that it could be interpreted within the scope of that definition, but ultimately it's up to councillors to decide whether or not, one, it fits within that scope, and then two, whether or not they accept that all of the criteria have been met by the applicant councillor to agree to provide that legal assistance.
Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It answers one of the questions. Thank you.
Continue.
And, the second question, I would like to refer to the investigation policy. And in particular, item 14, expenses. So my question is, given the final sentence in the investigation policy, reading any costs incurred by complainants and or the subject councillors will not be met by council. My question is, would that then preclude any application for legal assistance based on that policy?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Enright. I guess the fact that the investigation process is still underway, or hasn't, hasn't come to any conclusion about the outcome. Under the policy, it would still be eligible. There'd be an understanding that, as per the policy and itself, that about reimbursing the costs should inappropriate conduct be found. So at this stage, there's no finding. It's still in the investigation stage, and then should the subject counsellor be found or substantiated, then there would be a requirement, as per the policy, to make a reimbursement. But the fact that it's still in the middle, in the process, there's nothing stopping the seeking an application through that.
I interpret that sentence fairly differently to that. To me, it looks fairly clear that any cost incurred by by complainants or the subject counsellor will not be met by counsel. Doesn't say subject to outcome of investigation.
You recall it's still an allegation at the moment, so it's not deemed inappropriate conduct until the matter's finalised. You're still natural justice is still being applied. It's still an investigation process, and until such time, counsel makes a resolution that they've deemed a subject counsellor of engaging in inappropriate conduct, then that'll be that at a point in time. But at the moment, the matters are allegations, and they're being dealt with accordingly as part of the investigation process.
Councillor McInnes.
Can I simplify it? And maybe I'm oversimplifying it, GM, but are you saying there that if a subject counsellor is found guilty, counsel wouldn't reimburse his expense, but if he's found innocent, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but is that, I interpreted what you said and what your offsider said was, am I interpreting that right or not? We do this, but with the subject of whether you're found guilty or not. It's only paid out if it's found guilty.
Thank you, Councillor. I think just important to currently on the screen here for those who aren't able to see, there's a section out of the investigation policy. However, the questions, particularly firstly today, the matter before us, we'll come back to discuss how this interacts with investigation policy. But Councillor McGuinness, were your questions in relation to the investigation policy or the actual matter on the table? The request under the legal assistance definition. I think there's a second conversation here that Councillor Enright's opened, but I'm trying to understand which of those conversations you're alluding to.
I'm referring to how the answer came from the GM.
In relation to investigation policy?
Yeah.
Righto. Thank you. Do you have further to add?
Through you, Chair, just to clarify that, Councillor, under the legal assistance policy and the guideline, councillors can stipulate a condition, and indeed in the policy and the guideline it states that should a councillor be found to have engaged in unlawful conduct or inappropriate conduct or have misled the chamber in the application, then they can reimburse, subject to the direction of council, they can reimburse those investigation costs incurred. So it would only be a case where if that condition was placed by resolution to repay the costs, that would only occur in circumstances where those criteria were met, where, for example, the council was found to have engaged in inappropriate conduct, then they would be made to pay back any of those funds that were expended for the legal assistance.
Okay, so Councillor Enright, you still look quizzical?
I understand the legal assistance policy and the conditions that can come with that. I still have a firm view that the item in expenses in the investigation policy is very clear, doesn't have any conditions on that. It's very clear that any costs incurred by complainants and or subject counsellors will not be met by council, in, full stop.
I don't want us to get into a word game here. I read this here as dealing with a particular set of expenses that council might incur in progressing the investigation, as opposed to the request before us today. So that's bucket A of potential expenses around an investigation. The request before us today is around bucket B, which is the request for support for the subject counsellor, and this goes to your concern about the last line there, but this is under a separate policy, which may be in conflict slightly with the last line on this one, and that's probably, I think, where that for me, that last line is the one that needs to be focused with the request for assistance. The descriptions above refer to where council has to undertake actions or is required to support the tribunal. That's all costs here, as opposed to bucket B, which is the requested assistance to cover that bucket today. I hope that helps. For me, this isn't just one amorphous mass. No. They're two separate pieces. GM, any guidance on that?
That's exactly what Mr. Mayor. And if you place your attention on page 12 of 17 in the legal assistance procedure, it does have a particular section there around the repayment, not taking into account the actual investigation policy itself. It spells out the repayment of legal costs. A council employee whose legal expenses costs have been paid by council is required to repay council, and it goes on to make the necessary explanations without having to tie the two separate pieces into the same mould.
So, can I try to understand the concern? Is the concern about providing it, or the concern about the ability to recover? In the circumstance where, just while you're contemplating it, Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, and I take Councillor Enright's point there on that last line. If you just read the last line in isolation, you're right, but you look at the second last line, or the second last sentence there, it actually contradicts it as far as I'm concerned. So you're right looking at the last line, but then you're saying, note, council may order the subject councillor to reimburse for all or some of the costs arising from the council's inappropriate conduct. So that.
So councillor, I'm going to suggest that note relates to bucket A, which is the described expenses above, or indicative expenses above, which we are not dealing here with bucket A. I'm trying to simplify this down. We're dealing with bucket B. Yes, there could be argued an inconsistency with the final line there, councillor. I'm conceding that. I'm going to urge that we go back to the consideration in the context that we are asked to consider it, which is against the legal assistance guideline, and there may well be some lack of clarity, because in my mind a lot of the language in the policy and guidelines around legal assistance was focused around, firstly, the situation where a councillor's needing to deal in the world of defamation, which this isn't, or in relation to investigation, and the language talks about investigation and misconduct, which this doesn't reach that clarification. I have been tried to prepare for today with thinking about how could we give comfort to address. I anticipate some of those concerns coming up in the conflict with the policies, would at an appropriate time have a proposed three-part motion for council, which could help give comfort around progressing this matter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess just another minor point of clarification to what's on the screen is these are costs incurred by council as part of the investigation process being undertaken, that council can then place an order to the subject council to reimburse some of those costs, not necessarily what the Mayor's alluding to now is under the seeking of legal assistance through legal policies is separate to this.
Yes.
Not trying to tie them both together, but just trying to provide that extra bit of clarity that these are costs incurred by council undertaken as part of the investigation process of the matter, that council can then, through a finding of inappropriate conduct, can then place those subjective orders, and the subject council found undertaking inappropriate conduct can then be made to comply with those particular orders.
And further to that piece of explanation, GM, I would reference since that policy or that document was formed, there's been that guiding document that clarifies the circumstances and the quantum for those recoveries. Yeah, so that's again the recoveries of cost on bucket A.
And if I can add, Mayor, that is covered in the second last paragraph, starting with note.
Yes.
I think the last sentence, the last paragraph, the last sentence is a separate issue to the second last, and to me it is very clear that, and I'll read it again, any cost incurred by a complainant or the subject councillors will not be met by council. So that's costs incurred by, not council, but complainant or subject councillors, so that's in the process, will not be met by council. So I think that does, in my mind, is the clarification of how expenses are dealt with under the investigation policy, which I'll stop there.
I understand. I think you've made that point quite compellingly. Again, that's in conflict with what the legal assistance guideline allows us to consider, because it specifically identifies for an investigation. And they weren't necessarily cross-referenced well when they were formed.
If I can just circle back to my first two questions about the objectives of the legal assistance policy, defamation and threatened with legal action are the two, is the basis to this legal assistance. My question is, do those two objectives apply?
So, Councillor, I think in the context that has been requested and is available in the public information today, clearly it would be the second one of those that would be the argumented foundation. And when you go to the language, I think in the second document attached, and it certainly, firstly, in the definitions, first off, I would just note that the legal proceedings has quite a broad definition, and the is for me legal representation costs, legal proceedings is quite a broad definition, and in the guidelines, I noted the language here started to include for investigative purposes, and I did seek some guidance around that for the exceptional circumstances. So anything that's talking about defamation, in my view, this isn't where this is at. This is about investigation, about conduct, and I note that legal proceedings isn't just about a matter by, inverted commas, a tribunal. It's quite a broad definition. Any other? Councillor Hay?
I'd just like to make the observation that in neither the legal assistance policy nor the legal assistance guideline is natural justice mentioned anywhere. So that does not presume innocence and afford the subject counsellor the opportunity to put his case forward, and then if he's found to have committed misconduct or inappropriate conduct, then there's the opportunity to recover those costs. So I think this is all a bit of a storm in a teacup.
Thank you, Councillor. I think natural justice is dealt with within the investigation process, is I guess a general view, and we're not arguing about the natural justice process. I think today it's about this piece. Councillors, can I, just to try to move us on from this, can I read some words and see if they will be palatable? Look at that. It's been read for me. So yes, put it up on the screen. That'll allow me then to just share this. So I'll read this for the benefit of the gallery. That Council, in accordance with the legal assistance policy and guidelines, 1, approve the provision of legal assistance to Councillor McConnell for inappropriate conduct matter, blah, blah, blah. And 2, limit the amount of legal assistance provided to a maximum cost of $15,000. And 3, require Councillor McConnell to repay to Council all legal costs within 28 days upon a finding of inappropriate conduct for matter, blah, blah, blah. All I would add there is up to the total amount provided. Yeah. He wouldn't be claiming 15. No. Okay. So I will actually move that from the chair and seek a seconder, and then we can debate it. Thank you, Councillor Hay. And then now, any discussion to that, councillors? Just to move us off of broad. Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, I haven't got any real problem with that wording there, Mayor. It does set a precedent, and we have to, in our own mind, is this be available to anyone else within council that does it, that is in this same position? Are we going to do that and reimburse them? And the CEO's looking at me as if yeah, I think we have to be consistent in it, and I haven't got a problem if that is the case. But I think it, I haven't got any problems with that. But I think we do set precedents in that we do. Yeah, there's other people could be in the same position, and the same rules would apply. I would imagine.
Yes, I think we are testing the interpretation of what's been put in place previously, and this is the first application of this, as was indicated by the GM earlier. But whether it's appropriate for an inappropriate conduct matter wasn't in the way we originally intended it, but the request is there. So I think for me, that's the variable in this. If the matter's one that's in the area of misconduct or such like, then that was certainly part of the original thinking, that and defamation was seen as severe. This is now applying to a different level, but I put this up based on seeking some advice and trying to find a balance point. Councillor Hay.
Councillor McGuinness mentioned reimbursement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's no reimbursement involved. The way that reads is that the council meets the bill, and if the councillor has the complaint against him upheld, then the amount can be recovered, but it's not up to the councillor to pay the bill initially. That's my interpretation.
Thank you for the clarification. That's exactly how the policy applies. That's exactly what the policy applies. It's there. Any other discussion, councillors? We can...
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Enright.
Sharon, is it possible to bring up attachment 2 that was in the report, please? Attachment 2 refers to exceptional circumstances, which is, I think, is what we are basing this on.
What page?
Page 17. That's it there. Yep, that's it. So the exceptional circumstances provides financial assistance to meet the costs of a councillor obtaining legal representation, and these words I've highlighted, if legal action taken against them. In the attachment 2 refers to, it is appropriate only if relates to the performance of a councillor, that a council has acted in good faith and must not have acted unlawfully or in a way that constitutes improper conduct. Now, I believe that when we're considering this exceptional circumstances, the conditions of that need to be considered. As in those 3 dot points of relates to the performance of a councillor. A councillor must have acted in good faith and must not have acted unlawfully or in a way that constitutes improper conduct.
So, Councillor, I can give a view on that, and again be very careful about where we go in detail here, but without a completed investigation, we have to deal on the basis of the information provided to us at this stage by the councillor that suggests proper addressing of point 1, proper clarification around point 2 and the scope that it relates to, which is a relevant piece of that process, and point 3. That's why the application's sitting before us. So I understand the concerns, and I agree, Councillor McInnes, but that we're setting a precedent, but we just need to deal with it calmly. So, Councillor Hay, and then I've got to come back to Councillor West, who's been very patiently waiting.
Thank you, Chair. We've mentioned points 1, 2 and 3, but we also should mention point 4. which is preceded by the word "and." The legal representation costs do not relate to a matter that is of personal or private nature. Given the setting in which the alleged offending occurred, it was quite clearly not of a personal or private nature.
Yeah, so I think that's why it wasn't referenced, because no one's suggesting that's the case, but thank you, Councillor. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just do feel very concerned about this, mainly because the investigation is still ongoing and it hasn't come to a conclusion yet. I feel like this may be a little premature and it could well come back to us, but I feel uncomfortable about it. And when I look at the legal assistance policy, I don't believe that it complies. It's not defamation, nor is it threat of legal action at this stage. So I have concerns about it.
So I think perhaps the clarification that we might just seek from the GM or the officer, it was my understanding that an investigation and the scope that this is, where does that begin or end in the interpretation of being a legal proceeding?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all in the same position here. We've got a very broad definition sitting in the policies, talking about proceedings being criminal, civil, or investigative. It's really an exercise in interpretation for the councillors to decide if this particular application fits within that. I'm reluctant to try and persuade one way or the other, because I'm faced with the same dilemma when you look at that, and in light of the point raised by Councillor Enright, with the investigation policy saying something slightly contradictory. But I can say I did do some research with other councils to see what they are doing, and it seems that they have adjusted their policy position to make it clear. So that's probably not going to help us at the moment, but it's really, that policy is a council policy, and councils have to be satisfied that they're acting within that policy and that it meets the criteria. And unfortunately, due to the circumstances at the moment, it's an exercise in interpretation and decision making, I suppose. So I probably can't be too much more helpful in that regard. Sorry.
Thank you. It's that language around investigative that draws me in. But any other discussion, councillors? Then look, if there's no other discussion, as the mover from the chair, just because I put that together, I will just speak briefly and say, look, this is a precedent circumstance, and it's on a very broad interpretation, but the word investigative sits in there as part of the definition, and I believe the nature of where this matter sits in its life cycle is at that stage. For me, therefore, I felt this was a balanced position to move forward. The position of council financially is preserved should this not this end up with a finding of inappropriate conduct. So, I am concerned that this could open a floodgate of any inappropriate conduct matter, because they're very much at the lower end. But that may well then end up just ending up into the cost of council in a different way. But I've tabled it for the reason of trying to provide a fair platform for all councillors. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm equally uncomfortable. I think we're setting a very difficult precedence in allowing the legal assistance to be given to an inappropriate conduct matter. The policy is about protecting councillors who have inadvertently gone down a particular path that was in good faith, and perhaps given a constituent, or something that they thought was appropriate at the time. It also refers to defamation, and this doesn't apply here. The policy as it is really about protecting the councillor for something that is inadvertently done in good faith. I don't believe that is the case in this instance, and I believe that our investigation policy clearly states that a subject councillor, that any costs incurred by a subject councillor will not be met by council applies to this, and I think we need to be very, very careful about what it is that we're opening the gate to here, because there's been plenty of investigations that have been carried out, and that's been managed in a certain way. There are rules or guidelines to how reimbursements of costs can be handled through that process. Creating a legal assistance at this stage for inappropriate conduct matters, in my view, doesn't fit in this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker 4, Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, and I raised the word precedent before, and I didn't do it in a bad way. I think we just have to be open that this does, and I haven't got any problem that whoever it is, whether this is an employee or a councillor, I'm not treating it any differently whatsoever, that they actually, and I think the words are quite good there, if it's a finding of inappropriate conduct, and nothing's been found in that regard, but if it is, we're not paying for it, but if it's cleared, we pay for the legal fees. It's life's as simple as that. So it's I think it's a very appropriate resolution to put, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I can't support this request. When I look at the objectives of the legal assistance policy, it is there for defamation and for threat of legal action, of which at this stage it is neither of those. There is an investigation process which is still ongoing, and so I just believe that needs to happen. We may need to look at this again, but I can't support this right at this particular stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Enright mentioned opening the gate. I'd be more concerned about shutting the gate.
Okay. Any other seeking leave? Anyone else to speak against? Anyone else seeking to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk, you're...
I'm good, thank you, mate.
Right, thank you. Then we'll put to the vote. Those in favour?
In favour.
And those against? The motion's carried. Division requested by Councillor Hay. Those in favour, Mayor, Division 1, 5 and 6. Those against, Division 3 and 4. Thank you, councillors. We'll recover Councillor McConnell so we can close the meeting. No, there's no other matter. Yep. Thank you, Councillor. We will inform you of the detail of a motion in due course, and we'll if that's okay, you can read it up there. But we'll close the meeting for today with no other matters before us at 2:24 p.m. Thank you, councillors for your forthright discussion. Thank you, officers, for a wide range of issues that have been well prepared and thought through today. And thank you to the gallery who have stayed with us through